Okay, we got it. Sorry, there was something weird going on. It made me like. Usually I can just do like basically auto create using the same stuff as last stream and just change the title, but it made me go back and re-input everything, including like the encoder and all that stuff. So that's kind of weird. But we got it. It just took a second there. Yeah, and today's guess I'll just do Recon. I kind of want to play something else, but I don't. I mean, I guess I know their jungler and their Yasuo. Like, I could maybe do something else, but. Today's kind of an odd day. Not odd, but like, it's between conferences. That's what I'm trying to say. So I don't get as much sleep because usually I sleep kind of in the afternoon and early evenings to an extent. But now I have to, you know, I don't get home until much later. So my sleep schedule's a little off. So I had to sleep a little bit longer before I started the stream, and I might have to leave a little bit earlier, we'll see. I'll stay as long as I can, and then tomorrow, hopefully, we can be back on track. Capture top moments. Oh, you can create some kind of... Okay, so it has a new feature on YouTube, apparently. You can create some kind of highlight. I guess it just allows you to clip or something. I don't know. Or if it auto-generates highlights. I don't know how that would work. Maybe just based on the tone of your voice or something. Okay, let me get the blank screen off here. I'm probably getting sick too. We'll see. My wife and daughter have been really sick over the last few days, so usually it's pretty difficult to avoid that.
I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I am gonna get in
the old Dark Harvest Sona, eh?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
This guy watched the top lane solo Sona video. Decided to give it a whirl.
I need my love to
No,
hurt.
don't go in as 3, dude. That's dumb.
Scary. I don't apologize for it. I feel good.
Minions have spawned.
Long ago, our kind danced upon the mountains like flames. Now only the embers remain.
Dang, I don't have the chat. I'll have to get the chat here in a second. Wait, give
I
up.
need to understand that.
It's fine.
I trust my love.
Oh my god, that roar though. Yeah, the idiot just had to overstay. It's like, dude, you're not gonna get her under tower, man. There's no way if you're level 2. Like, leave. The Volibear's just random roar that he just used just happened to knock me out of flight. Okay, Volibear had done 2 camps. I'll get the chat here in a second. Sorry, I accidentally closed out that the chat window. So I'll pull it back up on my first back.
I've been kicked around since I was born. It's all right. It's okay. I'm staying alive. My allies aren't recognizing how amazing my cloak is. I mean, seriously. Rude.
I mean, I really want to go on the Sona, but those traps in that bush are going to be pretty obnoxious.
I am definitely more confident in dangerous situations.
Wait, what?
Is my cloak right? Yes, it is. I'm worried there for a second.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Okay, there we go. Hey, what's up, Trevin, Matt, Thane? Sorry to hear that.
I'm here. I'm gone. I am so gone. I'm offended by how little attention.
An ally has been slain.
You're only given a little spark of life. You must.
I'm gonna show people some of the strange. I am a chronic line stepper.
Get zoned. I don't understand how they lost that trade earlier. Like, Sona flashed out, she was out. And then the Yasuo had like 100 HP and Jarvan auto-attacked him. And then the next thing I know, Yasuo was walking out And Diana's dead. I mean,
They want us in cages. We refuse.
J4 is getting invaded, or they're doing a dragon. I don't have a ward I can use for it though.
I can't die looking this good.
Let me get an E to you, buddy. There we go. Fuck, seriously?
Been slain.
Did you do 400 damage? Oh, she got her Chase Shard first item? What the fuck? Okay, I guess I should have looked at her items.
Humans will never understand our kind until they hear the story.
So she's
Ally has been slain.
basically gonna have no utility later on. But she got her little Kerchice trick in there. There are several Sona top
They've never
videos.
seen moves like
They're
mine.
popular. Dong Hop was probably one of the more popular people. There's a lot of sites have been kind of hype her up.
I think they underestimate my charm. How is that even possible?
I don't know.
Enemy killing spree.
Storm Razor Sona, who knows?
They're gonna try and test me?
Dark Harvest probably did like 50 damage. She has like 2 stacks
An
on it.
enemy has been slain.
Maybe 3. 4. She has 4 stacks on it.
The
And did like
humans call
50
it
damage.
battle. It's just a dance.
Dark Harvest is a terrible rune on her. I mean, in like top lane, I guess, just because you get no value out of area in the top lane, but
I miss Ashe.
I need to see if people can see
please, Lucian, please. God damn. She should have died there. I don't know what he did wrong, but he did something wrong.
humans
Well,
think that
people like her movement speed buff a lot. Holy sh...
rampage.
Yeah, the crit Sona's never really been that good. I mean, she's the type of champion who is...
At least that's the only part that matters.
Wait, who has Shin ulted this game? She just does a lot of stuff with her kit, so she's kind of, you know, you can build like terrible stuff on her and like weird runes and all this and still be effective at times. No, there's something he didn't do. He could have comboed more. There's some way he could have got more damage on that Caitlyn. I know it.
I got a lady. I got a cause I die for. That's
Did he trigger PTA on her before he ulted? Hey, what's up, Aaron?
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
just want to step up to bait her a little bit more.
I need some fun. Now.
I'm not a fan of Dark Harvest after the nerfs. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just a hater.
Yep. If I'm gonna see the human world, I need to.
Crit Sona thing, no.
An ally
It shouldn't
has
be.
been slain.
I mean, maybe, I don't think that's a component of Lich Bane.
An enemy has been slain.
Pretty much all AD. Lucian's doing alright. I guess we'll get it, because
I am so
they,
into this.
they are going to try to flash out of stuff. And just having that slow on them will make it a lot easier for Lucian to stick to him.
Human slain. Warriors. They
I really
fence
need
us
boots,
away
though.
and cover
Your
it with
turret has been destroyed.
Get the Sona, you fool! What is wrong with this guy? What on earth is wrong with him? Why would, or the I don't know if I said Sona, but the Caitlyn, obviously, he should have gone for the Caitlyn, like. I should have had my potion ticking faster. I would have had him.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I mean, we got the Drakes. That's good. When did they get an... I don't even remember them getting an earlier Drake. What beats Varus Misfortune?
magic.
With Double Comet? A lot of stuff. Engage on him. Kill him. Leona Jin. Nautilus Aphelios. Ganks. Yeah, she's just getting as many like early game proc items as she can get, I guess. Precise, Sheen, Dark Seal. She's just like all in on the first 15 minutes of the game.
More than I can remember.
So I mean, she's getting stuff done.
They kept none.
It's just her scaling is gonna be way worse, but it'll still be like all right because she's Sona, you know.
Killing spree.
Okay, yeah, we can do that after the game. After this game, then. Can you send me the replay? Yeah, put your head down and attack, Shin. Or Diana, I guess.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I see freedom. I hear the music.
Yeah, it's because J4 got Mercury Treads against their one... Like, they have one person who does magic damage, and he's 0-3, and he's Malzahar. But he chose to get Mercs instead of Tabby. So yeah, he got deleted. I'm gonna go ahead and get Tabby, though.
Danger is as fun
Thought
as
about getting mobility boots. Since I went Zeke's, I'm a little light on the armor. Well, at least he ulted me. He used a lot of resources on me, and I didn't see who flashed, but I heard a bunch of flashes. Almost positive Caitlyn flashed. That's the person I directly knocked up.
Gotta get myself hyped. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. Woo! All right.
They should have just traded mid lane. I don't know what they're doing.
Forest over there.
Yeah, I know, dude. Like, y'all are behind. It's really dangerous for me to even look at this. Okay, I guess they have no macro either.
Turn on, drop.
Is anyone gonna peel off this dragon, or like what?
Double kill.
Just imagine if anyone followed up the Diana. I think they're still gonna kill him.
Enemy double kill.
Hey, what's up, Thraxus? Stalled.
It's magic that's wild. I'm just here for the party.
Stalled out on the climb
Unstoppable.
for the last week or so.
I'm so fine, I gotta kiss myself.
Lucian was actually sitting in the very back of the pit. I'm pretty sure for the entire fight. Like, he wasn't even thinking about a potential fight. And then, I don't know what Jake, like, why Shen didn't ult either me or the Diana. Maybe his ult wasn't up. So many questions, but whatever. We're winning. Let's just win. I mean, maybe it was a bad engage. I don't know. Diana was on board. Like, if anyone followed up the Diana, I think we clean that fight up, like, really handily. He tried to QSS the Malefic Vision. I mean, Shen does have ult, but I don't even know if he's going to be here or not. Diana has TP, which is good. Can we do this?
I dig seeing stuff.
Like, why are we waiting on them to get this, like, flash engage under tower instead of just fighting them in the wide open area that we had? Please kill her. Lucian, attack, dude! I'm gonna lose my mind with this. Okay. I'm gonna actually switch it up here. I'm taking so much of a beating because nobody's following up on anything. Well,
It's a revolution. And it's good times.
I've been Diamond 3.
I don't want a world that's safe.
And we're offsides. We don't have priority to do that.
They ain't seen moves like mine.
Why can't we just do Dragon, man? No, can we just do Dragon? Yasuo's gonna get the Dragon for free. So who the fuck is calling this? Get the Dragon. Dude, if he gets his Dragon and walks away, I'm gonna have a stroke. Yeah, my wife just gets the Cliff Bars, so I eat them. They're just really easy to... Go! Jarvan! We see two people middle! Like, attack them!
Isaiah says someone has to die.
Two of those clowns are just walking around in our jungle. What is going on? Wait. Diana TP's behind him for a flank? And then doesn't flank? Lucian's like right here and doesn't follow? Like, what?
So fine,
Why would you TP directly behind them if you don't intend to flank? You TP and ping it, and then you just go farm the side wave? Why not just farm, like, TP to the wave?
Why is the truth?
Well, it's not just the jungle. Like, the J4 is bad enough, but, like, it's everybody in this game. Like, I was counting on Diana. I feel betrayed. E2, Brutus. Like, what the... Like, you were supposed to be the chosen one that had some macro. That had some clue.
They think they can catch me.
Well, the thing is, she TP'd behind them in their jungle and pinged them. And so that's why I was going so hard, like, to force that play, was because I was like, okay, Diana's gonna sandwich them, we win. Like, I mean, maybe I read it wrong. I don't know why you would, like, clearly use a flanking TP if you're not intending to flank. Like, why would you just TP to the wave to begin with? Like someone saying in chat at 27 minutes. Why would you waste your TP just to farm? But then second of all, like, if you're gonna do that, TP directly to the farm. Like, why would you TP further away from it unless your intent is to make some kind of play? Like, she didn't even drop, like, a strategic control ward or something around red. Like, there's no reason to TP there if you're not looking to make a play. They were split up like Caitlyn was isolated.
I don't want to war.
I don't know why J4 didn't dunk the Sona right there in our jungle. I don't know. So many questions. I don't think I've seen... I mean, I've seen some really bad macro, though. But the thing is just so depressing about this game is, like, it's imminently, like, really winnable. There goes Malzahar's ult. Just give up the tower, give up the tower. I need to heal.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Magic isn't supposed to.
Alright, Jarvan, can you start a fight, bud? It's a Sona. It's a Malzahar without an ult. This could have been Dragon Soul if we didn't troll on that Baron call. Okay, dunk him. Let's go. This Sona's gonna run me down in Dark Harvest, isn't she? No, she's not. She thinks she is.
Why is it taking so long to get back to the action?
Lucian's somehow doing, like, no damage. I'm not sure, like, is he just, like, not auto-attacking? I don't know what's happening. It feels like we're doing no damage.
Ha! I'm G to the D. Here's the time, boy. Woo!
That's, like, an absurdly tanky Shen build. Like, he needs one damage item in there.
Trying to live the moment.
Diana's build's fine.
The only way to understand magic is to plunge into it, move with it, dance and dance.
Yeah, he needs to get a stone plate, which is what I'm getting right now. Yeah, but it was a bad engage. Like, I don't know. I guess it was okay, just nobody followed up or did anything. Like, Shen didn't have his ult up, to be fair. I tried to go in, but I had to wait on the Sona ult.
What humans call magic, we call
Shin does have ult here. We finally kind of got what we wanted here. Wait, he just auto-attacked the ward. Alright. I should have activated Stoneplate faster. I activated it, but it was late. I think I activated it. I pressed it. Maybe I was silenced or something. Maybe I need to press it before I even go in. I did tank quite a bit there for that person, so that was good.
Zaya.
Let's get a Kindle Gem here.
Damn, where is she? I hate it when she leaves.
I don't see people. I mean, I know GA's like alright on Jarvan. He does have good AD ratios, but I feel like Stoneplate's kind of the new thing
There's wildness in
for
the
team
leaves
fights
and
that people are
flowers.
sort of rediscovering.
It's just a fury.
That was very smart of the Malzahar. If that's what he was deliberately trying to do, I don't know if I want to give him that much credit. But if he was deliberately trying to drop a ward to draw auto attacks from someone who's just attack moving. It was almost really clever, but they got him anyways. Shin does have his ult.
Look right. I got my moves right. Time to
Just
show
get this tower. We got 30 seconds. I guess Shin's kind of getting it. You're standing on a ward.
I don't do safe.
God, yeah. Let's get around this way. Wait on me.
This is like another dangerous.
I got silenced pretty hard. Jesus, that silence fucking wrecked me. So I was trying to flash onto the Caitlyn and CC locker. Okay, they might be able to win this with the Diana. Come on, help her. Help her, dude. Shin. Where did I get? See, was it just Malzahar? I don't know. Something was stopping me from flashing on that Caitlyn, though. Stick on him. If I would have got the Caitlyn, maybe I should have just peeled more instead of going for that Kate.
If you weren't a little frightened,
Yeah, I don't have any demolish damage. We'll get some, hopefully, by the end of the game, but I'm pretty much forced out of lane. I think every tower we've taken has been from a split push. I don't think we've taken a team tower yet.
the mortals. I want them to hear the music.
Yeah, I'm from Tennessee.
We talk about their lies.
What are we doing? Like, why is everybody congregating around our blue buff? There's like 3 people sitting at our blue buff.
Look good. I feel good. Let's kick
Well,
some
my
ass.
ult's like a 60-second cooldown at this point. We should be able to fight. Shin really needs to get like a Titanic Hydra or something. Like, I think. I mean, I guess with the Diana, maybe we have enough. If we all just actually work together. How dangerous is this Malzahar? Caitlyn's still the most dangerous person. That silence!
Double kill. Double kill.
I think maybe we'll be back up to hold it, but... Like, I wish Jarvan would start this ult. Like, it should be Jarvan Shin, because mine requires a half-second wind-up, and I keep getting
They are
silenced.
scared of where I'm from.
It's not the... It's the Malzahar. Like, the Malzahar silence is stopping me from getting really good ults, basically.
Our magic is a beauty. It is a song.
But, like, if I can get a clean ult off, I'm pretty sure we just win if I get, like, 3 people. But I've just been, like, completely stuffed every time. Because I'm, like, the only person making any sort of ults. I guess I just have to wait longer on either them to screw up and go into us. I think if they go into us and I get to follow up, maybe that's even better. Yeah, I just can't get through the silence. The Sona hasn't ulted me yet, but she could when I'm trying to run at him too. Like, they just have so many ways to stop me from
I dance because I'm
getting on him. Okay, we need Diana. Wait. Did Lucian just dash into the J4 ult into melee combat
Enemy double kill. Aced.
with the bear?
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
There's not anyone to E onto, man. I can't E onto wards. Like, I'm literally the most forward person in a lot of these fights. Well, I guess that was a form of engage. Face check a bush when everyone's not there. Why would I Mikhail's? You can't cleanse yourself. I mean, the fight was probably lost anyways, because Diana wasn't there. She's down there doing golems or something. Yeah, he just, like, literally E'd into the Jarvan ult. I honored him for good shot calling. I think his Baron shot call instead of getting the dragon was really one of the decisive moments in the game. I'm trying to see that Diana play, see if I just, like, misread that or something. I want to see, like, was that... Okay, yeah, I'm silenced right there. And then she's too far away at that point. Yeah, this Malzahar silence. It just destroyed me pretty much all game. That Malzahar is basically their MVP. With those silences. Because if I get a good engage that, like... If I'm able to, like, flash ult the Kate or the Malzahar, either one of them, I think we just win. Alright, let me see the Diana. Okay, so there's Caitlyn's isolated. Is this the play? Yeah, Volley's isolated. Oh, no, this is the one we actually win. No, I was silenced, so I couldn't activate Stoneplate. So, like, from here until here, like, literally when I was dead, I couldn't cast spells. I'm looking at, like, my action bar down there. Like, just look how long it's X'd out for. I can't find that Diana play. No, this is the one we just saw. Just looking to see if it was just a bad call or what. Pretty sure she TP'd to a ward. Yeah, something around here. Let me see. Must have been like right before that. It's starting to lag a little bit. Let me see. Okay, yeah, this. Okay, so she pings that she's warding at that flank ward. Then I ping, okay, she's walking down there. Look at the mini-map. She's there. Then she blast plants over the wall. And chases the Malzahar. I had a Shen ult on me. Just stop and imagine for a second if instead of blast planting over that wall, she comes in through the red pit and follows up with me when Shen's on top of me there. Like, it's Ace Baron. I guess we got Ace Baron like the next play over, but Anyways, okay, I just wanted to see if I was wrong on that play. I was not. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna grab my coffee real quick. Hopefully this lasts. I think the pick was fine with Recon. We just played like garbage. Yeah, the circle is probably Zeke's. We just pretty much, we were really low damage. We had a hard time getting through Volibear. And, we were just making dumb decisions. Like, Jarvan was just not engaging when he should, and he was engaging when he shouldn't. We were just uncoordinated. Like, Diana did pretty well for the most part in sticking with stuff, but that rotation to chase Malzahar instead was really rough. I maybe should have gotten a Quicksilver Sash just to remove that silence. But the damage is kind of... I don't know. I guess if I'm super fast with it, but the damage is sort of done. Even if it disrupts me for like a quarter of a second, like, that matters so much. I really, like, what we needed to do was Jarvan needed to actually go in and get on their back line, or really just anybody, with a Shen ult on top of him, and then I ult and I E onto the Jarvan, so there's no delay if you ult plus E. What was bad with me trying to just run at them is there's a delay, and they had so many ways to, like, CC me off of them if they see me just running at them. But, like, Jarvan was not getting any flanks. Shen was ulting sometimes. And, like, Diana wasn't following up fast enough. I mean, we did have sustained damage. Like, the Diana did quite a lot of sustained damage. We just weren't coordinated. Like, the fights were just bad. I was having to try to start them. And, I mean, like, Volibear plus Sona, even Sona with that troll build was still, like, healing and shielding a decent amount.
You used to be cool.
But there's just so many bad plays. But the game was definitely winnable. I mean, we didn't even, like, we just needed people to, like, do stuff. I think we could have won with that comp, like, no problem. Like, our sustained damage is okay if Lucian just actually DPS'd. And then Diana could put up some big numbers too, but best recon skin. I don't know. Probably either Star Guardian or IG. Hey, Reginald. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. I think that jungle and mid are too strong, but they're actually buffing jungle next patch because a lot of, like, high-end junglers are crying that it's not strong enough. They're like, oh, we're 4 levels under the solo laner, like at the end of a 60-minute game. It's like, well, no crap. Because you give the solo laners all of your jungle XP later on in the game. I mean, welcome to support, buddy. Like, I don't think jungle should be a hard carry role in, like, the late game. It has too much power in the early game to influence macro and just influence everything in the early game. It should be bad late. They should be underleveled. Late game, junglers should be. Like, people operate under the assumption that junglers should be the same level as solo laners. I'm like, why? Most solo laners can't roam that much. Like, early on. Like, they don't have that much freedom. Like, you gotta pay a price. But yeah, I still think that jungle... I think jungle's actually in a decent spot right now. I think it's like okay right now. But a lot of people think that it's bad. Because a bunch of top-end junglers are crying about it. I'm probably going to dodge this. Trundle's just a dumpster fire jungler right now. Ashe is bad at support. Or ADC. I mean, that's where, like, a lot of junglers think they should be. Junglers think they should be able to solo, like, kill the solo laners. A lot of times. And I'm just like, no. It shouldn't be that way. Like, they have a really cheap and efficient item, usually with their jungle items. And they just have so much ability to just dominate and snowball the early game. Like, they are the early game snowball champion. Like, role. Like, a good jungler can completely take over the game in the early game. Like, that shouldn't be... Like, if the game just goes neutral, then the jungler can, you know, beat up your solo laners. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Oscar. I forgot about that. Yeah, we can get that, let's get that coaching session in here. You might as well. Since we're already locked out for 6 minutes anyways. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I was just so, like, annoyed by that last game. I forgot. Okay. Still get an extra one there. Okay. Everyone cries about bot lane being too OP pretty much all the time. I mean, I don't know. I just think that a lot of people just don't really understand how the game works. Yes, I agree with that, Salty. I think that in general, in my games, the people who determine the game, like, that I think, okay, this person was instrumental in our win. Like, to me, when I think about power, I think about who can I carry, or, like, who's carryable, right? So, if you had to pick one person on your team who was going to have a bad game, which person would you pick to have the bad game, right? Who in their right mind is going to say jungler? Who's gonna say, yeah, you know what? I wish my jungler was the worst performing person on my team. No one's ever gonna say that, right? Because everyone knows jungler is massively important for winning games. Like, maybe that's not the correct metric to look at it, but I never hear people talk about it that way. Like, when you're trying to think about who's the weakest person on your team, who's, like, not doing their job very well at all, like, jungler would be on the very bottom of the list. Yeah, top lane would be one, depending on what they're playing top, but yeah, top is another one. You know, if I had to pick something that was going to underperform, it'd probably be top lane or something in the bot lane. Either ADC, probably ADC, honestly. I mean, hell, that's what actually happens in most of our games, and we're still climbing. At least we were for a while. I think the junglers should be on par with the support and the ADC as far as levels. It could be support. The thing about support is how well does your support like control vision? That's the big question mark. Like, if your support's not that great mechanically or whatever, I think that's okay, but it's like a lot of people would say support, but depends on you. I think the higher the elo bracket, the more important the support is. But yeah, definitely in earlier brackets, you know, people, you know, I could see an argument for support. Okay, let me go ahead and VOD this. So you are Sona. Okay. Hello, buddy. Welcome back. I'm the Strategy Professor. Just doing a coaching session here.
Fun. It is fun.
Real quick.
I like to hear.
So we're looking at Sona support.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until
I don't know, John. Like, we're debating in chat kind of jungle. This patch 10.2 before 10.3. I don't think junglers are below supports right now in experience. Not in my games. It's possible in pro, maybe. I haven't watched every pro game. But in solo queue, I don't think junglers are below supports in terms of like levels most of the time. I think solo laners are too, like, I think they get too much experience. They buffed solo lane experience at the start of the preseason, if you remember. And they nerfed bot lane experience and jungle experience. Because, you know, mid lane just wasn't influential enough last season or any season. Mid lane's like always the most influential. It feels like. Okay. Now, I will say... oh, by the way, let me get this... Oh. Yeah, you gotta be careful walking into that push if you don't ward early on. We can talk about... Oh, Leona might die here? I don't know. Their ADC might show up. Okay, nice. Well, it worked out. But yeah, in general, you either need to stand in this boat, like... Just when you're clearing this, just walk this way. Just like walk south and come out this way. Because it's not really that much slower. Just ping it so your ADC does it too. It's not really that much slower. It's like maybe 1 second slower. You'll still get to the camps on time, but then you don't even have to risk it. And I would try to get a ward down early somewhere. Like, even if it's just like Pixel Brush in the river. I try to ward their Raptor camp, especially with that Sona buff or movement speed. See if you can get up here and ward this Raptor camp around like 1 minute, and then just like use your E to zip back down this way and meet your allies at red. Almost nobody protects enemy Raptors, and that can give your team a lot of really good insight. But yeah, so my spiel as far as coaching, sorry, I was talking in the stream there. I do stream every night, starting usually around 10 p.m. Occasionally it's 11 if I'm running a little late. I do teach at a major American university, and I'm, you know, some family obligations and things like that too. So sometimes I'm running a little late, but usually it's around 10 to 11 every night on YouTube. and we usually go till about 2 or 3 a.m. And if you'd like a coaching session, it's just $25 on stream. Let's do it live. You can ask me questions. You can get some feedback from the chat. If you're a non-channel member, and then if you are a channel member, then it's $20. Channel member is just $5 a month, so it's basically free to be a member for a month if you want to get a coaching session anyway. And with the membership, you can come play with us on Sundays. I play with viewers. And you get a discount on all coaching and all guides that you want to commission as well, that $5 discount. Okay, so let's see here. I'm not a huge fan of cleanse. Like, right there, you gotta cleanse that. Like, if you're gonna take cleanse, you gotta use it when Leona engages on you. Like, you wait till she E's, and then once she Qs you for that stun, then you have to cleanse and run. You would, yeah, I mean, you would have to take E level 1. You could probably do it even without taking E. You could probably still get back in time. I think it's worth for the vision, though. I mean, you're not doing anything that great level 1 anyways. I think you should get some wards down. Because everybody congregates on the bot side. Like, nobody guards top. So a lot of times, I'll try to get it on the Raptors. If I'm on blue side. If I'm on red side, I'll try to get it on, like, their blue buff. But yeah, in general, I'm not a huge fan of cleanse just because it just doesn't do anything for ADC. It doesn't heal you. You can cleanse the ignite off. I'm sure you probably know that, but if you don't, you can cleanse the dot off of ignite, which is nice, but I just think it's just too situational and just kind of like what happened there. Sometimes you may not use it correctly, or like Leona has so many different pieces of CC, it doesn't fully prevent the application of future CC. It reduces it, but doesn't fully prevent it. So, if she's onto you, Qs, auto attacks you, and then ults you, and you cleanse, you know, her Q, the ult's still gonna hit you and CC you for like half a second. So it's just with champions with that many like pieces of CC, I would not do it. I would do barrier a lot more than that. It's still gonna protect you from a lot of damage in different situations. If you want something that's actually going to provide more protection. Hey, thanks, Former. I appreciate it. Yeah, I used to not like the Bretonia campaign that much, for being honest, but I like a lot of the changes. I think after playing through it, like, it is actually the campaign management, especially in the mid to late game, is kind of overpowered, but it's overpowered in a fun way. In kind of a refreshing way, because Bretonia has been, I think, a very weak faction for a long time, so it's cool to have them change it up. Hey, what's up, Jerry? Thanks for the sub. So I was surprised with how much fun I had with that campaign. But yeah, it was actually a really fun one with the changes that SFO did. They made the cavalry feel different and, like, actually powerful. Usually I hate cavalry. It's so dependent on charge bonus and terrible on sieges and super weak to halberds and all that. But they actually made some of the cavalry that can stand and fight in combat and things like that. So, anyways, I like the changes they did. Okay. Ushin's got a BF sword, so this matchup's really, really hard. I'm sure you're aware of that, but yeah. I'm gonna try to hit him with the E shot. You just used your thing, but if you could have saved it for the E and used that slow, I don't know what Leah's doing. But if you could have used like the slow there, it worked out. But knowing that a gank's coming in, just holding onto your power cord and then using that slow once the gank's about to come in. Yeah, I don't usually like Cav either, but I like monstrous Cav, like low entity count, high HP. Resilient Cav, and that's sort of what they've turned their Grail Guardians into. I think specifically Faye Enchantress seems really strong with a lot of the changes to her. Alright, so you know Twitch is looking like they just cleared these bot side wards. If they clear a ward, it means they're usually like, you know, looking to gank. Not always, but. Yeah, I would ping him off of that. Yeah, they've got it warded. They know for sure. No, just yeah, hopefully he runs. Oh my god. Double amp tome. Ooh. That's ambitious. I would have probably just gone for the Fiendish Codex. Get that Athene's rolling in faster. I think you really want completed items on Sona ASAP. Because she's so strong with almost everything, but like particularly Athene's and Ardent Sensor. So I would try to get those two like ASAP. And auto attack. Auto, go in, auto. Oh, you gotta stick in there in auto. I know it's like spooky, but they just blew all their cooldowns trying to kill your ADC. And Sona actually, like, your auto attacks and your Qs and stuff, it adds up. Like, she puts out pretty good damage. Like, more than people would think. So yeah, especially when you're like right here in the safe position, just like keep auto attacking, like spamming your abilities basically. Whenever they're off cooldown. Hey, what's up, Leah? I mean, with like perfect Sona play, you're gonna try to hit your green power chords in fights because it does reduce the damage of the person that you hit by like at least 25% scaling with AP. But really, I mean, at a bare minimum, you just want to be auto attacking and just like using your abilities to get as many power chords as you can. I don't like Ludens or Tyr. I mean, they're okay. They're so expensive. I would say check out my like 12 most misunderstood items video that I did last year, where I kind of explained the cost efficiency of several items. Athene's and Ardent Sensor on that list, but they're just so much more cost efficient. They're hundreds and hundreds of gold in cost efficiency versus Ludens is, you know, about 100%. So like, it's a nice item, it does a lot of damage, but like you could have basically an Athene's plus almost halfway to Ardent Sensor by the time you get Ludens. So you could have an item and a half. Which I assume you're getting Ludens. If you were going Seraphs, I assume you would have gotten Tyr first. Which the Tyr build is like a little more interesting because she does leverage mana so well. You know, she can just spam so well. But I still don't like the Tyr build on her. I think there are just so many Fairy Charm items that you get if you build Athene's into Ardent Sensor that usually your mana is not as much of a problem because you have to back every 2 minutes to get wards anyways, so let's say it's not like it's terrible. You can definitely win games. I mean, we just lost to an extremely good, like a Kerchai Shard Rush Sona. It's because like her baseline abilities are so oppressive if you don't hard engage on her, but
Money in my pocket.
I don't remember the exact wave that John's talking about, but in general on roams, I call this like being offsides on my stream a lot, and people ask, but I haven't heard other commentators use that, but it kind of makes sense to me. Like, you don't want to beat past your minion wave very often in most situations because you're going to lose map pressure and you're going to lose experience a lot of times in gold. So like, if your minions are pushed up here, for example, you wouldn't want to come over here and try to ward this. So just thinking of like your minions as kind of a line of scrimmage, and you don't want to be past this. There are some cases that are exceptions, obviously, where you just need to run to a fight immediately. It's like happening in your jungle or something, but in general, you want to try to push up. before you roam. But yeah, I don't remember the specific play Chad's talking about. Yeah, Vegan says tier's weaker. It is. It costs 50 more gold. It's one of the big things. It actually costs 100 more gold. I think it used to be 750 back in the tier heyday. And they changed the way that it stacks, so you don't get as much. I forgot exactly how mathematically it worked out, but basically, like, you don't get as much value out of it until you back. So you don't get as much stacking in lane. I think it's still good on champs that, like, really like tier, but with Sona, that's always been a great debate. Just because she gets so many other mana items and tier literally doesn't, it just gives you mana, that's it. And those other items are building towards something more substantial. Wait, are you building Archangels? You are building Archangels. Well, if you are gonna build Archangels, I would start with tier. If you have to have that item, if you just really love it, you want tier early so you can start stacking it with. Yeah, in general, like, on most enchanters, most of the time, you want to stick with those items that are between, like, 2,000 and 2,300 gold because you get so much extra value out of those items. Because, like, if you buy something that's a Ludens that's 100% value, you're just getting the value out of it, right? Like, that's it. You're getting what you paid for. But if you buy, like, an Athene's for 2,100 and you're getting 200% efficiency out of it, then it's almost like you're getting 7 free kills because you're generating an extra 2,100 gold for your team off of the efficiency of your item. So sometimes you have to do stuff that's inefficient. You know, sometimes you might have to buy a Quicksilver Sash or something, but you had ult there, right? Yeah, I would have ulted that. As soon as, let's go back for a second. As soon as Yi commits to that, I would have just ulted. Whoever Yi's on, you don't have to get the Grand Slam, like, 5-person ult. If you're getting a kill with your ult, that's fine. I think you can let Leona go, probably. You could ult and kill her right there. But as soon as Yi commits that Veigar ult right there, boom, ult. Y'all did get everybody, but it took a lot longer than it needed to. Actually, no, the Veigar got out. The problem with Mikhail's and Veigar, like, that I found, because, you know, I think it can be a really good item, but the thing is your teammates won't run into the wall, even if you have Mikhail's most of the time. Even if you ping it, they just don't want to touch the wall. And if they don't touch the wall, then you can't cleanse them out of it. Because it's not a preemptive cleanse. It's not like a Morgana Black Shield. So if they don't run into the wall, then your Mikhail's doesn't do anything. So I'm kind of on the fence how I feel about Mikhail's and Veigar. And you can't obviously do it to yourself. You did try to cleanse the Veigar there, but you still died. This is where, like, I think Barrier might be a little more useful. So I do like Mikhail's on some champs, but it depends on what you're giving up. And the fact that Sona's so good, you know, with Ardent Center and Athene's, I don't know if it's worth giving it up. On Soraka, yeah, I'd go ahead and get Mikhail's, but... Have ult this time, yeah, that's a pretty brutal fight. Yeah, y'all probably don't want to take that. I mean, you have no vision of the area. You don't have your ult. Well, y'all do have Vlad dead. I mean, it is a 4v5, but you don't have Talia. She doesn't have her ult. They've already got the dragon, so you don't have to fight this. Yeah, without your ult and without Talia's ult, it probably is too dangerous.
team's turret.
Hey, what's up, Dedicate? You're not invisible, man. I'm just... At least to me, you're not. I mean, I've never seen Archangels be, like, super common. I mean, we just talked about tier. Like, they did nerf tier, like, a couple of years ago. But it's never been, like, that great on supports. Too expensive. People still get it in other roles. You get it on Cassiopeia, you get it on Rise. I don't remember what else he said. Yeah, I mean, they nerfed the tier component years ago. And they buffed the beans. Season 8. See, like, you still don't have any items completed. That's the thing, is like... The Leona already has a Zeke's, and she has a Thorn Mail. Or not a Thorn Mail, but a little Bramble Vest, which it's not a great item to get on support. But, like, she's just got more stuff. Especially that she has that Zeke's completed. Like, item completions are so huge, because the passives and the actives are so valuable. You just want those items done. And Sona does scale, but she has such a good mid-game team fight, too, with her ult. That you kind of lose out on a lot of your potential there if you don't have at least one completed support item. Yeah, if you don't have at least one completed support item, then you're just not going to be as strong for these mid-game team fights. Yeah, I think Archangels used to be something, wasn't it like 2,700 gold or something at one point? That was many years ago. 2,700 is like, that's a zone, like the 25 to 2,700 is a zone that's like, you can get a support. It's be a little tricky. You know, something like Frozen Heart or on a tank or Gargoyle Stoneplate. A lot of that's just because Locket just feels terrible most of the time. It doesn't have CDR on it. Eh. I don't know. I mean, being the last item you were I mean, yeah, like, it just depends. If people are talking like 6th item, like, yeah, I mean, if you have infinite gold, it's a great item. But as far as like tempo and what you should be building, you just don't see it all. It's just too expensive. Yeah, I mean, if it's like a 40-minute game and you're sitting on like 5K, sure, you know, get Archangel, get Deathcap. But in a lot of games shouldn't be going that long. If you're consistently getting games that are going that long, you need to try to like sharpen up your macro a little bit and close out games faster. Because the longer games go, like, the less control you have over it all the time. Just random stuff to throw games. Random teammate just makes a stupid engage and you lose, you know? So you want to try to close out as early as you can while you still have a lot of control. Or more control than you would later. Okay, that was good. Speaking of macro, y'all probably can't do Baron. He's really far. How does he not have more than that? He's just not farming, I guess. Whoa, what happened there? Because he has 7 kills, but he doesn't even have 2 items yet. Okay, yeah, you gotta be real careful because it's very, yeah, you see that ward, yeah, you gotta stop. As soon as you see a ward come over that wall, you turn around and go the other way. Because, like, you know Leona and Lucian are, someone's there. And Leona and Lucian were, like, in this area. But I was gonna say, like, even if you don't, like, see them ward that, that's a super common place for, like, an engaged support like the Leona to ward. Because they know a lot of times there's a lot of foot traffic coming through there, so I would say if you don't have a control ward or you don't sweep, you gotta walk around a different way as someone like a Sona, because you just a sitting duck. Speaking of which, you gotta try to get more wards down too. It is a little harder at Sona because you can get engaged on and killed. Like Twitch can be invisible, Leona can come at you out of the bush and kill you. But you gotta try to get some more wards down. Somewhere. Even if it's just like defensive ward, like
Red team's
here
turret
and
has been
here.
destroyed.
I know they don't just magically appear, but you gotta try to find some place to get some wards down. And it, like you should always have a control ward on the map. I'm not sure if this one's yours or not. I didn't look at that, but okay, right here. I wouldn't. Well, you do see Leona. You do have Talia as kind of. Whoa, they're. Okay, you gotta leave. You gotta leave. If they cage you, you're dead. Okay, yeah, that's good. Just kind of see if you can ward over this right here. Ooh, I don't know about just walking up. I mean, it worked out, but. The problem with you just ulting Vhagar there is no one's there to follow up hardly, so I would have saved it to your team game. Like, if you can just run around in circles like you were doing, sort of, and they stop DPSing Baron, like, that's good enough. Just wait till the rest of your team shows up. Yeah, I would not have ulted there. I think it was okay to just kind of like dance in and out of Vhagar's cage range with your E because you're so fast. Like you can probably get away with that, but if you were gonna walk up to something, I would try to just put a ward in the pit and then run away. Huh. I mean, he just. I don't think I don't see the Master Yi doing something that's like astoundingly worse than most of the other people in the game. It seems like he's just not very good at assessing risk. I don't know. I mean, yeah, he's making some goofy decisions. Okay, the cleanse was good right there. I still think it should be barrier or probably barrier on Sona. You can take ignite or exhaust, but. Yeah, you need a control word. Like, you gotta have better vision. Like, if you just lock out vision around Baron, that in and of itself is enough to win games a lot of times. Because they'll have to come face check and you can engage on them. Y'all just need to run. Riven's dead. No, y'all don't want this. It's a 4v5. Maybe, like, if you get some miracle, but... Yeah, you gotta have more control ward. Like, you gotta control ward that bush and block that vision out. Because if they have vision there, they're gonna be a lot more confident with their engage. You need to take it as a personal affront if they have vision of you. You need to take offense. You need to say, I'm pissed. I'm triggered that they are watching me right now. If they have wards, like, you need to hunt those wards down and murder every ward. You think of it like there's some stalker peeping here. Alright, so it looks like you're going Ardent now. If you like being watched, that's okay. Just, that analogy doesn't work then. I mean, I get if you're like... You could strategically let them have some vision. Like, that can work. That's, like, really advanced. In general, you just want to lock it all out. Like, you could let them have a ward in a place and let them think they're safe and then path around a different way so they get a false sense of security. If you know, like, exactly where their wards are and you're trying to, like, you want to exploit a blind spot they have, you could do that, but in general, I would just lock out. I know, you're just joking. Was that with Jim Carrey? I can't remember watching all that. See how scary this is? You gotta be real careful because if y'all, you can't walk into that. Like, that's so spooky. But you don't have any tanks on your team, so. Like, just walking up to that, like, they could have just been sitting in this bush and killed you guys. Fortunately, they just took the Baron. I know that sounds like weird to say that, but they could have probably picked up 2 or 3 kills and the Baron. Or just outright won the game if you face check a bush like that. Especially 2 of you, like Sona and Misfortune standing right next to each other, face checking a bush, like. Finish watching the shiny. Hey, what's up, Reginald Black? I would say, like, a good rule of thumb, this is not always perfect, but a good place to start thinking about warding is you want to average 1 ward per minute, 1 normal ward per minute, and you want to try to average 1 control ward every 5 minutes. So, 25-minute game, 5 control wards. Now, obviously, if it's a really short game, like a 15-minute game, you may not have 3 by then. You might. And then as the game goes on, in a 40-minute game, you should probably have more than 8. But it's the good place to start is to think of 1 control ward per 5. I feel like this game's almost done. I don't want to spoil it for people that actually are like, you know, with the drama of it, but... You won't have enough vision to get all of the map, Reginald, so you gotta pick, you want to put it where your next objective is, like whatever's really important. Whether it's setting up for Baron, setting up for Dragon, trying to protect a split pusher, trying to protect a mid laner. I don't think rabid fan bases are terrible. I don't want to get into too much of a random debate in the chat, but I think people being passionate about stuff is not bad, as long as they're not like excessively rude. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't care about like college sports that much, but I don't, you know, it's fun. And people really get into it, and it gives their life some meaning, some purpose. If they get excited every Saturday and that's what gets them through the week, I mean, I'm okay with anything, just about, as long as they're not like, you know, hurting other people or making other people feel, like I said, really bad. Like, I'm sure there are toxic fans that are just like, you know, really mean and insulting to like visiting teams and stuff like that. But in general, I just think being you know, passionate about something is fine. Yeah, I guess you kind of had to ult to get the Twitch off you, but like you all need to be like probably grouped up a little bit more. Another reason for Ardent Censor like a lot earlier is like Master Yi. It's not just your own ADC, it's that you have like a Yi on your team. Maybe sports make people more aggressive. I don't know. I mean, there could be something to that, but I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm not really like super steeped in that culture, but you know, in the town where I live, it is a big, does have a big college football team. And like most people, you know, they'll, you know, talk some trash about other teams and just kind of be polite, but I don't know. I mean, if people get drunk at the stadium or something, and I'm sure there are people that go overboard, but in general, most people are pretty, like, reasonably well-mannered. But that's just kind of the South in general. A lot of people, even if someone disagrees with you, even if they hate you, a lot of times they will, you know, be somewhat cordial to you. Maybe not, obviously not like certain cases of hate, but people tend to not go out of their way to stir up controversy and stuff. We are coaching the Sony, yes. Yeah, I've been caught a few too many times there, I think. Just try to stick with the team a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, so I think the vision is a huge story here. Like, they're getting a lot of objectives, and you guys aren't able to get picks. And when you're this far behind, when they like have the soul and they're up like 10 kills, especially against something like Twitch. Twitch is really obnoxious, but like you just can't ever be anywhere by yourself. And you really need to try to like get eyes on Twitch. Like, he can go invisible, but if you have, you know, if you have wards around, you can kind of oftentimes spot him out. The Lucian DC, that's unfortunate that y'all just kind of got closed out, but yeah. It's not really worth it to try to go up by yourself to get it. I mean, I see what you're saying, like, to try to get a tower to help you out there, but, no, yeah, I mean, that's definitely a thing, though, and there is a lot of, I don't know. That's complicated. I'll tackle that here in a second. Okay, Alright, so anyways, I think the biggest stuff to work on here is itemization. Just try out getting Athenes early and then Ardent Censer in a lot of games. I think that'll help out a lot. You'll still get a lot of mana out of Athenes, and Frostfang got its mana back now too, so that'll still give you a total of 150% mana. It's super efficient. It just helps you out a ton. And I think as long as you're not just like literally just rolling your hand across the keyboard constantly, I don't think you'll have mana problems once you get that item completed. Early game, her mana is really tough because her base mana on her heal is like 80, but it only goes up by 5 per level. So, you know, by the time you get to the mid game, it's really not that bad. You know, you might even consider taking like Presence of Mind and then the Tenacity rune second. Is probably pretty popular right now. I also like Ulti Hunter and Ghost Poro, but if you do find yourself having mana problems, taking Presence of Mind plus something, either Coup de Grace or the Tenacity rune, can be pretty good. We talked about Summoners. I think Barrier's really good. Or maybe Exhaust. I like Barrier more than Exhaust. Exhaust does protect your ADC a bit more, but Barrier protects you personally a lot more, especially against ranged threats like Veigar and Twitch. I guess Mercury Treads are fine against Leona. That's fine. What else? There's a lot more vision in general. Just start off by just saying, you know what? I'm always gonna have 3 wards on the map. Just start there. 3 normal wards, 1 control ward on the map at all times. So that's the biggest thing, is just get the wards on the map. Even if they're in inefficient spots, just get them down. I do have lots of warding guides on the channel, so check that out. I might do another one here pretty soon, maybe this weekend. An updated, like, vision guide. But the main thing is just try to get vision around, like, the most important thing on the map that your team wants to contest. So whether that's Baron, Dragon, protecting a split pusher, protecting yourself in your own jungle, if they're ahead of you. But a lot of it starts with vision, especially when you're behind, because if you can lock them out of vision and you get good vision of them, you can get the jump on them out of bushes. I mean, that's kind of like, it's a very basic thing you can do with vision, but that's huge. You know, if you get your ult off, you ult 2 or 3 people that are walking in to go check Baron, for example, and then Misfortune channels Hurl, y'all are probably going to win that fight, right? But they got the jump on you guys in a lot of fights, or you just opted into just a normal 5-on-5 where, you know, you can win those fights, but people can mess stuff up. You know, someone can go out of position and die. There's all sorts of bad things that can go on in normal fights. So in general, you want to try to take unfair fights whenever possible, right? You want to try to create, as a team, you want to create pressure in a side lane, force someone to go deal with that, and then engage on their other 4 people. Or you want to get, you know, vision of a bush in a key, like, area they have to walk through and get the jump on them. You want to try to force fights that are going to be foolproof to an extent, or at least less prone to being thrown by fools. Foolproof-ish. So I think that's something to keep track of. Try to just land more autos in fights too. There were a couple there where, like, you were kind of backing up and you're a little scared, like not landing autos, not throwing your cords. I'm thinking of that one specifically near Raptors. And I know it is spooky when everyone's around there, but if they just use, like, all of their cooldowns on the enemy and they're, like, on your ADC, just try to do as much damage as you possibly can. Even if you think the fight's lost, if you can safely just get in a little bit more, you know, try to do it, because someone else might come in and clean that up. You know, maybe Riven, like, comes in or somebody else comes in. So it is situational. Sometimes you need to just run. But I think, you know, if you can, just try to put out as much damage as you can. But anyways, okay, I think that's enough to work on. So just work on your vision game a little bit. The itemization, the summoners, easy fix. That's just a couple of clicks. Vision, pretty easy. Just get it down, you know? But then kind of more advanced, start working on positioning a little bit more, like not getting caught, being aware that they have like an invisible Twitch or a Leona with Moby boots that can run you down and engage on you. And then just trying to get out as many autos as you can in team fights. Especially as you start getting Athenes, that's really important, because every auto, every power chord that you get off ends up healing your teammates even more, because your damage converts into ally health, basically at a 30% clip. But anyways, that's going to be it. Thank you very much. Anyone else out there that like coaching, just email me at thestrategyprofessor@gmail.com. We can set that up. If you'd like to watch more coaching sessions, I will have a link in the description of this standalone VOD. We've got over 200, so if you just want to flip through some of your favorite champions, if you like Sona, there are other Sona ones. There's a lot, almost every support that's like mainstream. We've got a lot of videos for it, so go through there, check that out if you want to learn some new champs. It's always free to access the playlist. But yeah, that's going to be it. Have a good day. Thanks again to Oscar, and we'll see you next time. Okay. All right, let's get back in here. We'll do some rank. So thank you, Oscar. I appreciate that. Hopefully that gives you some things to think about. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the flag thing, I don't want to get too political. Like, it is very difficult. You know, I used to be a lot more, full disclosure, I used to be a lot more on the, never have a Confederate flag anywhere type of train. But I have had some, students that have written about that issue in the past. And there's some stuff that I didn't really think about, and I thought I was a lot more educated about the history than I was. Like, there was someone from... I don't guess it was the flag in this instance, but there was a statue of, I don't remember who it was. It might have been, I don't remember who it was. It was a Confederate general in North Carolina that was getting taken down at one of the major universities. And the thing is, for like people, a lot of people in the South just trying to like understand the perspective of the flag, of, you know, that kind of stuff. Obviously, the number one thing is, you know, everyone thinks South, you know, big thing with racism, all that kind of stuff, and that's definitely true, and it's really important to consider. But just thinking about the other side of it too, a lot of, you know, people died in that war, you know, in the South, and part of that is just honoring the memory of the people that died. You know, there could have been some people there, and I think this general had actually written some like things that were like challenging slavery and saying that, you know, the South should try to transition out of that pretty close to the Civil War, from what I remember. So he didn't actually like slavery that much. But once the Civil War broke out, you know, he just wanted to defend his family and his friends, right? And it's just like, you know, even if you don't agree with everything that's going on, if people want to come in and like, you know, kill your neighbor and stuff like that, or kill you and your family, like it gets really complicated and gray, right? Even if you're like, well, I don't agree with, you know, the ideology of everyone around me, but if they're killing all my family and friends, even if my friend is an idiot and he's saying stupid things or something like that, sometimes you gotta, you know, it's at least complicated to try to step in and defend your friend, right? And so I think that that's where it gets really murky, and that's something that I hadn't considered, because, you know, obviously I'm removed from that era, you know, by like 150 years or so, right? But just thinking of it in that perspective, you know, if a bunch of my friends, if I disagreed with everything they were saying, but a bunch of them were like, you know, getting attacked or whatever, like, would I defend them? And it's like, well, even if they were, you know, saying or doing some bad stuff, it depends on the situation, but it's certainly something that's complicated. And so that's something I hadn't thought of, that this student wrote about in her essay, is that, you know, she was saying that she didn't like slavery, she didn't agree with it, but that it was like an important cultural site to honor the people that had died, you know, for their family and friends in that war. And so I was just like, okay. So in general, yes, I am against like going out and flagrantly trying to stir stuff up with Confederate flags and things like that, obviously. But I do understand why some people want to view the flag as sort of this cultural heritage of the South, and just like the people of the South, and not necessarily the slavery, although it's obviously intricately like interwoven. So it's complicated, right? And, you know, I don't try to get like that political about it, but I always try to understand other people's perspectives as much as I can, even if I don't always, you know, agree with it. Robert E. Lee, yeah. So it's complicated, right? And I'm not an expert on Civil War and things like that, but that was pretty cool. That's one thing that I really like about letting students choose their topics, is I get to learn stuff too. I get to teach them how to become better writers and more efficient writers, but at the same time, a lot of times they have these topics that are just really interesting that, you know, I get to learn about. But yeah, I mean, to the point, you know, where I was saying that earlier, that a lot of people are very kind of nice in the South. That is definitely a thing in the South. It does have a history of, you know, racism. Obviously, there are still a lot of, you know, racist people in the South. There's not a lot of diversity. And so that's definitely a huge, you know, knock against it in general. But most people, I mean, even people that I've known that have been racist in the past, it depends. It's really complicated. I would say that a lot of people in the South, often these days, the people that I encounter are relatively non-confrontational. Ban the Union Jack. Yeah. But anyways, that's enough dipping into that topic. But so, like, yeah, Dylan's absolutely right, you know. As far as, like, stirring people up, but... Talk about my experience. What do you mean landing with ashes? Like getting paired with ashes? Landing with ashes. I mean, in this meta, it's not that great because she got nerfed. I thought she was okay before the nerf where she could poke. Like, she had kind of a little bit of a niche. Early on, she had enough, like, poke to be like threatening early on. Like her all-in's not that great, but her poke was really good because she could spam her W and do like pretty good poke with the frost arrows. But after they nerfed that where she can't poke anymore, and with the continued rise of Leona and Nautilus, and now there's just like Misfortune and Aphelios, another chance to just do way more damage early on. I just think it's tough. I mean, probably I'm just gonna, I don't know. I'm gonna do the best that I can to help her like minimize her deaths, and then I'm probably gonna roam.
I got freedom.
Welcome
I
to
got a live.
Summoner's
I
Rift.
got a cause I die for. That's who I am.
I know. I don't want to stir up everything there. It's complicated, obviously.
I don't need anything. but the
English
right
are funny
man.
people. Yeah, I mean England, you know, doesn't pretty much there's virtually very few countries are, you know, have their hands clean of most things, right? Especially if you go back like infinitely in history.
Man, have you seen that forest?
I might be able
over
to
there?
wait actually, but I'm still gonna get this word down.
I dig seeing stuff.
Because things are often just way more complicated than we think they are most of the time. Because about almost any subject, a lot of us, it's just really hard to put ourselves back in certain time periods and things like that. This is a dangerous place to walk. I was just critiquing that in the last video. But
It don't
you
take a
could
lot
just
of
say,
words.
well, I don't think Ashe necessarily suck. Like, I try to say more than just like the champion's bad. Sometimes if I'm frustrated, I do. But just the stuff that she's good at, they've nerfed, and there are other champions that are just too strong for her right now, I think. And a lot of it has to do with she just doesn't use, like, people don't build her right. Blade the Rune King is not a great starting item right now compared to Storm Razor or Infinity Edge. The Essence Reaver build's a little bit better, but if your team really needs engage, if you don't have any engage on your team, like, she can be okay. I just think she's outshined by Varus, although ironically he also is a Blade the Rune King user. I just think he scales a lot better with it because he can get Rage Blade. Ashe's build is just so funky what most people build on her, because they'll do Blade the Rune King into Hurricane, and so she doesn't get any extra like on-hit bonuses. Like, she doesn't get the double hit off of Gensu's. She doesn't have any other like on-hit stuff that does a lot of damage where you benefit from the attack speed. Like, Vayne with Blade is a lot better because you want the attack speed, you know, because of your silver bolts. Or like Blade on Twitch, you want to stack your poison up. Ashe doesn't have any on-hit stuff you're trying to do. She's got just like normal auto attacks. I guess you do get more value out of your Q when it's activated, the more movement speed that you have, but I don't know. I just think her build's funky. It's like, it's okay in team fights, I guess, but there just aren't a lot of team fights going on with Blade plus Hurricane. It just feels like her itemization, her runes are just not that great, and her base damage is not as high as other champs.
I will make them
Like with
dance.
Varus,
I will
you know, whenever
make
he
them
gets a kill,
hear.
he gets that like crazy extra attack speed. He also has an engage ult. It's not as far, but it can hit multiple targets in fights. I just think that Varus just like is the better version. Although I think ironically, oh my god. Jesus, that double bubble. Yeah.
Zaya says someone has to die, they die. It's a revolution. And it's good times.
Hybrid? I don't know what you mean by hybrid Ashe. I mean, like AP or something? I think if you're gonna play Ashe, I like the Essence Reaver into Infinity Edge. But that was more like, because her W actually scales pretty well with attack damage. It's like 100% of your attack damage plus bonus. So you want heavy AD items. That's another reason I don't like Blade on her, because it doesn't, like, your W doesn't really scale with it. I think most of the time, if you want to play Ashe, just play Varus. That's what I think. Ashe's Hawkshot is very nice to get I mean, she's got stuff about her that's good. That's kind of unique. It's just, like, not enough. I think they should double down. If they want her to be a utility ADC, they need to double down on it. Like, reduce the cooldown on her ult. Reduce the cooldown on her Hawkshot. Say, look, she's not doing damage, but she's doing a lot of other stuff. Hey, thanks so much, Oscar. I really appreciate it. I think you donated that a little bit ago with the timer, which is kind of slow on it. I think Ashe could be an interesting support. I wish they would create like actual good AD support items, but as I've said before, it's just so hard to balance that because other lanes would abuse it. I mean, you know something that's really crazy when you start thinking about ancestry and heritage and things like that? Like, it sounds like simple, but if you really like dig deep into it, it's like kind of crazy to think about that we have all had an ancestor, like some relative, like in the world since the beginning of civilization. Like, there was someone in your family tree that was around with the Romans, that was around with the cavemen, and stuff like that. Like, somebody, you know, was there. To me, at least, that was kind of, like, sort of mind-blowing. I don't have my W. So I'm just thinking, you know, like, oh, that was so far away, stuff like that. But it's like, no, it actually was somebody back then. Probably some peasant hanging out in a hut somewhere. That is pretty crazy. 15% of all people that have ever lived are alive today. Yeah. What are we pinging? We just went back. I mean, technically everybody, you know, to an extent is related to everybody else, you know, if you go back far enough, but I don't know. It's interesting. Just think about it, if you had the information, you could trace it, like, directly. Oh, they're all AD. Okay. Like, literally all AD.
An ally has been slain.
I feel like my allies aren't recognizing how amazing my cloak is. I mean, seriously. Rude.
They have that worded or something? I don't... Oh no! She burns out, right? Oh my god. She missed with the ult. She missed with her ult. How do you miss with that? Tommy didn't have a flash. Well, I'm not getting Thorn Vandal. I don't think. I mean, maybe I should be considering Thornmail a little bit more, but...
They're scared of dark. They're scared of you. They are scared of where
I could have maybe baited the Triss, but I'm just not even sure if we win that. The Triss jumps in. We probably do. I didn't have my ult though. I'm probably just gonna get Frozen Heart instead. People aren't gonna be, I mean, they might be auto-attacking me, but...
Your turret has been destroyed.
I think they underestimate my charm.
Shut
How is
down.
that even possible? Vision is the first step towards understanding.
I need mana. Yeah, maybe Randuin, but I would, if I do Randuin's, it would be like much later.
I'm gonna take all they got, then laugh as I throw it away.
Has been slain.
Name one genius that ain't crazy.
Yeah, but I can't just like conjure up 3,100 gold, you know? It's, once it, you know, as it always comes down to, it's all about that money, right?
I'm offended by how little attention.
Yeah, you're not really getting auto-attacked that much, but like, the health and the armor, I don't know, maybe. It does have an activatable slow on it, which is alright. It does have the crit reduction. The fact that Yasuo and Triss get a lot of crit, decent. But it might be better just to go... I think Frozen Heart, like Ninja Tabby plus Frozen Heart is probably enough. And then I can just get like better utility.
Magic isn't safe.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Magic is a weakness.
An ally has been slain.
The 20% is pretty big because you got to remember it's not 20% of the crit damage, it's 20% of the total damage. So it ends up being 40%. So like, if they would hit you for 100 and they crit instead for 200, then it's going to reduce 40 damage off of that. So 20% of the 200. So it ends up being a lot more than it seems, because it's 20% of total damage, not just crit damage.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Okay, well I guess at least we traded. mana. Please, just stop. Just stop, guys. I don't have any mana.
Ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
I need my love
Why?
to hurt.
Like, just actually why?
Rampage.
Scary.
So,
I don't apologize for it. I feel good.
like, your support is literally pinging you like 5 times to back up. Don't have any mana. Don't have any cooldowns. Like, nah, I think I'll just keep pushing into this tower. I'm sure Yasuo won't find any way to gap close on me as this new wave starts rolling up.
I dance so fine I kill.
We wasted a lot of resources there. People just goofing around.
Our magic is a fuel. It is a soul. I am only as wild as magic.
I think one of the worst changes they made to Malachi was, I guess I'll just say the frozen part, was that his saplings move so slowly you can actually literally just walk away from them without using any sort of dash.
Fun. I need some fun. Now.
We're getting back in there, though. We will outscale them. If everyone gets the correct items. Yeah, everyone got Ninja Tabby, so... Even the Misfortune, which is really smart. A lot of times, especially like lower ADCs, just refuse to get Ninja Tabby against all AD teams. I'm trying to trigger that for her. Mao's a difficult champion to balance. For people that haven't been around for very long, he was a very oppressive tank. Particularly in the top lane for a long time. I think, honestly, they should probably just increase the range on his W to like 700. Because right now it's like 500 or 550, something ridiculously low. Where there's no way you can ever start a fight with anybody. Like, it's bad. I know they want him to kind of be a peeler, but... actually got him off the tower. I don't know how nobody died there, but I mean, I guess wind wall blocked a lot of Misfortune, so yeah. I wish some people were playing him as support. I actually was looking at it today, thinking about it. I was like, huh. Like, it's close. Like, it's really close. But just, like, his cooldowns are a bit too long, I think. Like, his knockback, the displacement actually could be pretty good for stopping a, like, a Leona engage. Or, like, a hook, you know. But I just feel like the numbers just aren't quite there. I mean, Nautilus has a point-click, like, knock up that hits multiple people and does a crap load of damage. It's like 800 range. I don't know why Maokai can't have a root. Like Alistar's headbutt's basically that. It's like a 600 something engage. I think it's like 650 on his headbutt. And then of course all of the like the hook and engage champs are you know, those are all like 1,000 range. I mean, if they, I would be happy if they just made it like a targeted ability. Like you just, like a dash. Like giving him a free dash like that might be a little too strong, I guess. But like, if it was some kind of skill shot, you throw something at him, you throw a seed at him. If it hits him, then he like connects, like a Leona basically. I'd be okay with that if they wanted to add more skill to it. I'm hoping Lee takes this.
I dance because I'm free.
Like, the teams today just cannot do anything with engages. Now, CC 3 or 4 people, Misfortune doesn't start channeling her ult until after, like, the CC's done. Was she, like, getting zoned? I feel like their entire team, like, Yasuo flashed it. I CC'd, I think, Lee, and then I W'd over onto Tristan Nami, something like that.
Your turret has been destroyed.
And then, like, after I'm dead, after all the CC's done, then Misfortune channels her ult. I don't know. Maybe I'm just delusional. Maybe these are just a bad engage. I don't know. Like, I pinged it, right? I pinged it like 5 seconds before I went in.
Totally forgot.
Yeah, but Misfortune's ult range is like 1400. Like... Was it that far? I mean, I went like here, and then W'd back over to here. Everybody's like right here.
They think they can catch me.
Well, Yas got away, right? Didn't he flash like this direction or something to get away from me? I thought he flashed out of the play. I know somehow he got back into the Baron pit, but did someone get hit by like a Lee Sin kick or something, and then that's how he got back in? I don't know. I'll have to rewatch that play. I felt like Misfortune definitely could have ulted. Especially when Yasuo, like, flashed south. I'm, like, 99% sure Yasuo flashed south, which means he can't win wall from there.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You weren't a little
Well, I mean, that's just every major support. Like, you just, it's so hard to play Zyra or Brand or something like that at this elo.
I am definitely confident.
What the fuck? I mean, am I blind? Why does Misfortune never ult anything? But, yeah, but they should have been ready, Dedicate. I pinged it like 5 seconds early. Like, everyone knows I'm going to engage. So I think someone else pinged to go for it. Like, I I mean, it's a recon. Like, he's pinging it. Like, you know he's gonna go. I W'd back on that fight. I didn't W, like, forward. I'm pretty sure. I W'd back. Who's the primary engage? Who's supposed to start these fights? Maokai? Like, maybe if Maokai flanks. We don't have a Zen on our team. Olaf can run at him, but he's not going to start a fight. Oh, we do have a Zen. Yeah, the mid Zen, but like... I was thinking jungler for some reason. I don't know. I think that, like, none of them are going. It was a good engage. Irelia was isolated. I don't know, man. I mean, let me look at those two plays. They have gap closers. Like... Maokai can at least ult. Like, when I ult, Maokai can press ult. Misfortune can press ult. Like, those have long range. Like, those are long ranges. Everyone's just, like, 3 seconds late. Okay, Olaf's asking for assistance. Everybody's here. Misfortune, or Lee's Q is down. Q's me again. Okay, we're all here. Lee misses his Q. Okay, I ping. I'm going. Okay, 3 seconds later. Flash in. Yasuo's back here. Walk into him. W back out over here. Yasuo. Right? Or is that not Yasuo? Yasuo is right here. He flashes backwards. That's Yasuo. 1, 2, 3. Who else is left on their team? Like, our entire team is over here. Like, when I pinged, I was going in. Yeah, it's a slow-moving ult, but they can still, like, not... I mean, they're not going to dodge it in this mess. Like, literally, Misfortune could be, like, even right here and just press ult. Is someone on her? Why is she over here? Okay, Irelia is in the pit. Irelia blast coned over or something, because she's not in the pit right now. Yeah, she, like, flashed over, I think, from the wall. But, like, Misfortune channels her ult right there. Like, she should have been up more. Like, there's no reason that they shouldn't be there. And Maokai shouldn't press his, like, Maokai held his ult way too long. Like, he should have pressed it right here, knowing that I'm going to go in. Misfortune now channels her ult. I don't know. I think it was a good engage. They should have been there. I don't want to open up the whole replay thing and have it load and all that stuff. So, I don't know. I think that was a good engage. I think they're just bad. No, Mal did have ult. I'm pretty sure, right? Did he not have ult? He used it. Like, he has it right here. He just waited until he ran up and W'd first, and then he ulted. Like, now he ults after I'm basically dead. So, like, Maokai should, when he sees me ping it, he should have ulted, like, right here as soon as I went in. Misfortune should have been standing right here, ulting as soon as I go in. Like, Misfortune was standing back here or something. Like, they're just standing really, really far out of position. Dude, they don't have to tap into my brain. There's a ping button. Like, I pinged it. You don't have to be a psychic to figure out that I'm going to go in on that. I mean, I don't think it was a bait. I think it was a good fight that they just didn't execute on. Maokai ulted, but it was really, really late. And then let's just watch this last fight. We'll get into another game. I mean, Irelia was out of position. Like, Irelia gets cut off here to the left. Yeah, Irelia is out of position, and she just tries to casually walk back in, like, no problem. Okay, get 3 people here again. Maokai still doesn't ult. He ults now, like, 5 seconds late. Misfortune still hasn't ulted yet. Now she ults. I don't know. I mean, maybe I screwed that up, but it looks like people just aren't, like, doing anything. Did Tristana peel? When did Tristana peel me off? Which fight? Tristana blew me back into their team that last fight. I mean, it doesn't even require a lot of trust or commitment on their part at that point. Like, you literally, if you're Maokai, you just press ult. Like, that's it. If you're Misfortune, you just press ult. Like, I don't think so. I think it was fine. Like, Yasuo is completely zoned out of the fight. There's no one to wind wall the Misfortune ult. Nami ulted immediately, really early, so Misfortune could just sidestep that and ult. I don't know. I mean, we're reiterating the same points, that they misplayed it. I don't know. Most teams at, like, high plat or low diamond level of play, somebody's gonna do... Like, it didn't even have to be everybody. Like, either Mao or Misfortune or Zen, like, anybody doing anything. Like, Nami should not be able to zone off an entire team by herself. But I didn't flash, like, that far ahead. In that first fight, I didn't use my W to go further ahead. I flashed instead of Wing so that I could W back. I ended up using the W to go back to my team so that I could CC more people and potentially E and get back out. I don't know. I don't think that's unreasonable for this level of play, for people to be positioned up further. Like, you've got to know Rakan's going to go in there. He pinged it, and it's very obvious that you would do that. I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't fight right there. The Irelia coming in out of the Dragon Pit unexpectedly was a little bit, you know, that was a little different. But they still could have, like, Misfortune still could have ulted, Maokai still could have ulted when I went in, and then Irelia, I don't think she would have been there fast enough. I think we still would have cleaned out those, like, 2 or 3 people that were pinned up against the wall there. They don't have to close the gap like me. I CC. They're standing still, so that's how they engage. Like, the problem is they're out of position. They're all playing like 50 yards off of the dragon.
Let's dance.
Yes. That's why the Malachi, like, you know, maybe you can, like, Olaf can run through that. Press Ghost, press Ult, run. Like, Olaf can get through the Nami wave and get over there. Like, Olaf doesn't have an excuse. Zen might have an excuse. Miss Fortune doesn't have an excuse. She doesn't have to gap close. She has a 1400 range ult that she just presses R. Malachi's range on his ult's like 3000. Like, Zen's the only person who might get a pass there. Like, not being able to get around the Nami wave. But I'm not giving Miss Fortune or Malachi a pass. Like, they definitely should have pressed their ult. Irelia was out of vision, yeah. She flashed, I'm like 99% sure she flashed over the dragon wall. That she was like hiding in a bush to cut somebody off. Or she was trying to rotate for a flank behind us or something. And then I started the fight and she just flashed over the wall. She either blast planted or flashed that wall because she wasn't there in the dragon pit at the start of that fight. Like, if people were positioned adjacent to the dragon like they should have been there, then it was, like, definitely in range of Miss Fortunal. And, like, if you're anywhere on this, like, even remotely on the same screen, you're in range of a Malachi ult. Like, that Malachi ult should have come down immediately. It's actually better to cast the Malachi ult from further range if you know you're going to have CC to lock them down, because they're CC'd for longer the further away they are. That guy just doesn't know what Malachi does. Like, if they're such and such range, I don't remember exactly what it is, but if they're like, you know, at least like 800 range or something away, they get CC'd for 2.6 seconds, rooted. Versus if you do it point blank, like what he did, then they're only rooted for like 1 second or less.
Ugh, I hate everyone today.
I know what'll make you feel better.
I don't think Zen's a more reliable, or Olaf are more reliable, like, engaged champions than Rakan. I think I'm supposed to be the one to start that fight and they follow up.
How will we know if the plan works?
We'll still be alive.
To Summoner's Rift.
I mean, I forced a Yasuo flash and I CC'd 3 of them. And I was, like, in the middle of rotating back towards the team, so I should have been able to E to anybody that was here. Like, they should have all been congregated right here when we were about to start that fight. So, I mean, I think that after they nerf Presence of Mind, I just don't like it as much on Rakan. They're mostly AD with an Ori. They have a pretty good team comp.
Minions have spawned.
I think they underestimated
I didn't get
my
the,
charm. How is that even
I
possible?
didn't get a ward down. How likely is it? I don't think they're gonna have this warded.
If you look at things the right way, it's awesome.
It's okay. I mean, a lot of pro players do use that, but I like having more ults with Ulti Hunter, and I think Ghost Poro is really underrated too. Extending your ward timer by 1 minute early on and getting 30 AP in the mid game is huge.
You gonna marry me today?
Ask me again tomorrow.
I always do.
I don't know. I disagree. Like, they should have been able to follow up. Like I said, Zen maybe has an excuse.
What are the
Maybe.
humans wearing
But
their feet?
with ults that are over 1,000 range, you should always be able to interact with a Rakan ult. Because I didn't flash and ult forward. Like, I wasn't 2,000 units away. I flash ulted so that I could save my W to reposition, and then I ulted back. Like, if they were at the dragon, I was within
What's after this?
1,000 range easily of everybody there. They just didn't want to fight. I don't know. People just weren't comfortable on their champs, I guess.
You know,
Like, Malachi clearly doesn't know what his ult does, like I said, because you want to cast it from longer range. Like, it's actually pretty difficult to dodge that ult, too, if you're in the middle of a team fight, because it's super wide. Like, it's very slow, but it's very wide moving. So if I could recon CC in people and locking them down, like, they're not really going to dodge that unless it's a, like, they flash. Or unless someone, like, face tanks a root for them.
First
Burn this world to
blood.
the ground and build a castle from the ashes.
Oh, that's sweet.
Did she not take a tower shot? How did she go in right there and not take a tower shot? See if I can get her flash. I don't know. Should have disengaged after the misfortune flashed. Or, like, be prepared to, like, you know, the real play would be wait until the Leona tries to go in and then flash, like, flash the Leona's E and then, like, kill the misfortune.
Stunning and beautiful.
Well, thank you, darling.
But, like, the
I was definitely talking about
even reasonable play is just step back until we get our cooldowns back and don't get re-engaged on by the Leona. I don't see Malachi that often as an autofill. He's a really rare champion top
You
lane.
forgot the plan.
I don't know. I mean, everything that people keep saying is that teammates are bad and that they shouldn't be bad, like, in that situation. And it's like, I agree. I mean, that's it. Like, I mean, the only argument could be my expectations are too high. But I don't think they are, given that this is, like, not an iron game. Like, this is not Smurf. And these should all be, like, within the top 5% of players.
What's your accent?
something new. You like it?
No. No, I do not.
But it's fine. If people want to disagree with it, that's fine. Hey, what's up, Grey Graves?
An enemy has been slain.
Like, it's not like I was doing something weird. Like, I was trying to flash and knock him back with a Janna ult or something. Like, I did exactly what you would expect a Rakan to do right there.
Gotcha.
What I think most reasonable people would expect a Rakan to do, I should say.
Sexy.
I hate surprises. I'm doing the surprising.
Killing spree.
Did she use her feathers on the wave and I just didn't see it, or what? Like, what is going on tonight? Am I just out of touch with reality? Like, why were there not feathers stacked on the ground, like ready for the E?
I'm gonna burn this place down. Then help them build
Did
it
she
back
use it
up
to clear the wave?
so I can burn it again.
An enemy has been slain.
Ain't nothing I say should be taken seriously.
Has been slain. Double kill.
I mean, yeah, maybe they don't know how to play around Rakan. He's a new champ. He's been out of the meta forever. Like,
I do not wish to kill the mortals. I want them to hear the music.
maybe people just aren't sure like how the champion plays. I think we're just gonna die, right? It's bad. Yeah. I should have invaded that with him.
I've been kicked around since I was born. It's all right. It's okay. I'm staying alive.
I never walk into a trap unprepared.
I do play Leona. I think Leona is just a really risky champion. Like, she's good, but
God, no.
she's really risky. I mean, I'm already having enough trouble as it is, like getting my team to commit to engages. At least Rakan can sometimes get out. I don't know. I've tried to play her, and it doesn't work out. Rakan's like the most chimp-proof ADC. It can happen. You can get chimped out, but
Unstoppable.
I don't know. The rest of our team's doing all right. It's just we just got to play around somebody else. Just the standard ADCs down 50 CS and playing like ultra passive. I mean, maybe people legit don't know what Rakan does. I guess. I mean, there was that. Who was that the other night? Destiny was in our games. I went and watched his stream, and he was talking about how he thought Rakan was terrible, and people
Godlike.
were like saying, but he's got all this mobility or something. He's like, I guess, and he didn't like even know what his ability does. He's like, what's his E, like a shield or something? Like, he doesn't even know what the champion does. So maybe I'm thinking too much, and that guy's either a platinum or a diamond player. So maybe it was literally all 4 people on the allied team had no clue what Rakan did. I mean, maybe I'm literally just expecting this. I don't know. I don't think it's unreasonable, but like, maybe that's just true. I don't know. I've seen lots and lots and lots of diamond and platinum players make that play. At least somebody make that play. I always say it doesn't have to be everybody. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just like just literally press R. 2 champions that have long range press R abilities. But it's fine.
An ally has been slain.
I don't know, Divine. Like, I don't know what else to say, man. Like, literally, Misfortune's ult's 1400 range, and Maokai's is like 3000. Like, how much? Like, what?
Without wild magic, we have no children. We have
Like,
no
even that far out of position, they can still, like, press their ult and reach them. Definitely Maokai can. Misfortune, if she had been in a better position, could have done it. Like I said, I'll give Zen a pass. Like, what you're saying, maybe it's difficult for Zen to follow up, but
They want us.
I'm not giving the Misfortune and the Maokai a pass. Like, their ranges are so long.
You have slain an enemy.
But it's fine. I mean, we can disagree on it. It's fine. It's whatever. The Xayah play, I mean, I got the flash, I was vulnerable, I used my CDs for it, and Xayah just walked up and got caught this game. So, I mean, that happens. This doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. Would have been nice if she, you know, flashed the E and went for the kill, but that is advanced. Or, you know, it would have been nice if she just backed off and just let me E back to her and just wait on my cooldowns to reset, but that's okay. It's fine. We're winning everywhere else. I just have to play around other people. Not my first time to that rodeo.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Turret plating will soon fall.
Should I be running? Yeah, I should be crossing running.
I think Jolty's got the cliff notes.
Love to hurt.
I mean, but I do like to go back and look at those things just because, you know, I am wrong. I make mistakes about stuff. I try to admit them if I see them. You know, I don't know. I don't think that was one of them, but that's fine. We can move on, and people are probably tired of hearing about it. We just have a difference of opinion on that, I suppose.
An ally has been slain.
I totally forgot why I'm here.
Yeah, I don't know how Destiny doesn't know what we're like. I could understand maybe not respecting him, like if you could, and he's supposed to be like an intellectual. That's the vibe I got, was he styles himself as an intellectual on the channel. Like he's listening to some like jazz music, you know, he's trying to like explain stuff, he's using some vocab. It's like, dude, yeah, Rakan has been like, if you have analyzed Pro Scene at all, how do you not even know his abilities? It's not like he's, you know, Yorick or something, right? That like never sees pro play or high elo play or whatever, hardly, or some other like relatively obscure champion. It's like he's the winningest support like since his release. That's a fact, and he's one of the most popular ones since his release. I don't know, but I mean, look, he doesn't know it, so maybe other people don't know it too. I could see someone critiquing the pick and saying, you know, something along the lines of like, he's not good into Leona and Nautilus. That's a fair argument, you know, if you're thinking about it, just equal skill level, equal experience level. You know, you could make that argument. Oh, Jesus. Why did she just ult or flash? She just type it in chat, or is she tilted? I hope she's just typing in chat and messed up.
Enemy rampage.
Xayah doesn't have ult, or what? Like, is the green dot glitched? I mean, I guess... if she's gonna flash anyways, it's better to flash my ult. Then to flash her ult, because my ult's on a shorter cooldown. So I guess that's fair. Because she was gonna flash something anyways. So. we just need to play around Camille. They're almost certainly going to sweep that, so I'm just going to try to put in some more. Can we get... someone want this? Are we going to be able to get the next tower? Okay. I think she can probably handle that.
I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to scout around.
I think we're still gonna die. I was trying to back. I was looking at the chat. I guess I shouldn't have done that. Wait, did she try to take the... she got greedy and took the wolves too? Is that what it was? She was trying to get wolves? Because I feel like she should have been able to get red and get out. But maybe... or maybe she tried to engage on the Warwick who was walking up or something. I don't know what happened there.
Magic.
I don't know. It felt to me like we just had a bunch of people that were unfamiliar with their champs and were hesitating a lot. I mean, that's the shortest end of the stick, and I could say, probably, to give them the most like charitable interpretation of what happened there, is that people just felt like they just weren't comfortable with what was going on the whole game. This is why it's important to play champions you know how to play and not just try to, you know, YOLO stuff if you're trying to win. Oh, you're talking about Destiny. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, too, is there are a lot of, like, bad recons, so. I could say, and, you know, it is a bad match. It can be a bad matchup in the Leona Nautilus. It's certainly not a good matchup, so. You know, I could see, like, his hesitation about stuff, but he was, like, really adamant. Like, he was calling just recon, like, total garbage. Like, he was going hard on it. I'm like, bro, I'm not playing Teemo support, man. Like, he's still a good support. Potentially. Let's not do this. We could maybe win it, but... Ori should have been using the W. We're gonna re-engage this. Oh, she ulted herself! If Ori actually ulted that correctly, I think, you know, I think, they probably still would have lost. I don't know. They maybe could have won that if Ori actually put the ult on, like, the Fiora. It's fine. I mean, there are champs that I don't know exactly 100% how Aphelios works. So I guess that's, you know, I guess that's fair. Well, hey, Deleb. I think it's more of a problem. Not there is too much damage, sort of, but I think the better side of that coin is tanks aren't viable in a lot of roles, or they're like not optimal by design. Like they don't want tanks to be played consistently in the top lane or the jungle. That's what I feel like at this point. Riot's got to be just that. Like their goal is to just have a tank permanently in bot lane, and then just let the junglers play something more exciting for like LCS or pro play. Like let the junglers play, you know, whatever, Rek'Sai, Lee Sin, stuff like that instead of Sejuani every game. Although they are buffing Sej like next patch. I've got to believe it has to be something like that at this point, because like we haven't had a meta where consistently there are tanks in the top lane. And every time Worlds rolls around, people kind of like force that meta. Ornn is an exception right now. Like, Ornn's pretty good in the top lane, but
It's gonna be okay.
don't run that way, man. Where you going? Okay, maybe? Maybe? No. Can you just, like, stop? I don't know. Don't they have teammates? Okay. They voted. Hey, thanks, Northern. I like that, man. I'm digging that positivity. Basically, yes, Reginald. Well, Sanguine Blade, most of it, you get the stats that you see, but you only get that special passive whenever there's not anyone else within whatever the range is, 1,000 range or something. Yes. Yeah, I mean, they definitely prioritize, like, having a good pro experience. I mean, that's their #1 priority. I don't think they completely abandon solo queue balancing, like, you know, some people say, but definitely their #1 priority is to make sure that pro play is fair, and I think also that it's something interesting to watch. You know, there could be an equilibrium where, you know, that there are teams that it's relatively fair, but it's the same champs being banned and the same champs being played all the time. And I think they don't like that. They like to shake that up because people like to see different stuff. I know, playing Rakan all the time, not necessarily everybody's favorite. I'm trying to win them for now. But also, one thing that I wanted to mention there, I lost my train of thought for a second. It's kind of late at night. Is that, like, champion balance, like, individual champions, is much more, like, sensitive at pro play and, like, challenger level play than it is in, like, bronze and iron. Like, there is a pecking order. Champions do matter down there, but there's a lot of other stuff that matters too. Like, you know, macro and stuff like that. There's so many, and people just aren't optimizing the champion to its fullest potential a lot of times. And so trying to, like, balance around when people already aren't, like, optimizing a champ, you know, they've decided that that's just not, like, they do that some, but that's, like, a secondary goal. That's not the main goal that they're going for. Soraka's having a hard time right now because there just aren't many tanks around and people are playing, like, just, like, a lot of assassins and really aggressive stuff. I mean, I won a lot with Soraka in the preseason. But, yeah, I just have not been able to win with her this season. I know. It should still give me that, even if I didn't click OK, I think. I hope. I might miss it, but... So I think a huge thing, you know, that's a balancing issue where they're trying to make tanks a lot less viable. Also, in general, people tend to hate tank metas the most. As a support, I think people, like, most supports tend to hate assassin metas the most. At least I know I do. But, like, the vast majority of the player base in other roles like to play stuff that does damage that gets kills, pretty much. And so... people don't like playing tanks, people don't like playing against tanks, people don't like watching tanks a lot of the time in pro play. When I say people, I just mean, like, the general population. So, like, tanks are necessary for, like, good balance, but I think they're necessary for good balance, but they're just like a necessary evil to a lot of people. And, like, the least amount of tanks that Riot can get away with, the better. I'm gonna be like Soraka top. This guy might be switching with bottom. If this guy actually goes Varus middle, I'm probably dodging. Looks like he's actually going, unless he's got a lot of experience on it. It feels like a YOLO pick. He's like plat 4 or 0 OP and just wants to play something for fun. That's going to be all AD also.
Feel the thorns embrace.
I don't know. I hear a lot more people just like talk trash about the Ardent Censor meta than they do about almost any other era in League's history. Pretty close. Everyone always has something negative to say about the Ardent Censor meta, which was basically tanks and 80 carries and supports. That's the one meta in the universe of League of Legends where the mid laner and the jungler were not the most important roles. Like, I think that's almost literally the only time in League's history that that's been true. There might be some other things. And so people just freak out about that. It's 48% Varus Metal. What's he against? Akali? Yeah, it's not happening. This guy's 30% Lucian. Gold 1. Auto-filled. We can look at some PvE stuff. I think a lot of people maybe left during the Ardent. Well, you got to remember, like, other, like, stuff that's going on, too. Like, so the most prominent time when people, like, vocalized they were leaving was in 2008 when they changed ADCs. Like, that's when a lot of people claimed that they were leaving the game. That did coincide with an assassin meta, but it was also because they kind of butchered ADCs and put mages in the bot lane. I think funneling was a big thing, too. Like, there were several things going on around the same time. It should just be like a 5-minute dodge. We can just look at some... I can just talk about some PvE stuff for a minute. Also, that was when... yeah, but I take that bait so many times where it's like, the enemy team's weird, my team's weird, therefore I'll play it. Sometimes I do that, but more often than not, I end up regretting that. Because I don't know, like, if their team, like, has one tricks or people that are experienced on their weird stuff. But I know my team did not have good experience on their weird stuff. So I'm just going to play around the information on my team. Yeah, the Season 6... I mean, that was pretty brutal where, like, everybody had to flex. That was rough. But you got to remember in 2008 also, that's when Fortnite came out. And so you lost a lot of, like, the young audience that played League went over to Fortnite because it's just a lot more kind of casual friendly, you know? Like, you can play it on consoles. A lot of kids, like, I don't know. A lot of them don't have computers or they have to, like, share their computer. They're having to play it on their laptop or something like that. You know, you can just play it on your PS4, your Xbox, the Fortnite. The ranked system was really laid back and chill. I don't even think they had, like, an official ranked system for a while with matchmaking. You know, and you could just have your buddies over and just, like, you know, just YOLO in a survival game like that. And it was just a lot more fun for kind of the younger audience. So Fortnite kind of took the world by storm in 2018 also. So you got to keep in mind that was also going on. So you had, like, they destroyed the ADC role temporarily in the summer. Mages in the bot lane. Assassins were there. And Fortnite was coming out. So that was like a huge competitor to the scene at the time in 2018. Well, yeah, I mean, kind of like what... Did I say 2008? 2018, sorry. It's kind of what Divine said. I think the same type of thing applies to many tanks out there, right? Is people just don't want to see that. Like, they don't want to see Janna, especially in pro play. They don't want to see tanks. They don't want long games. You know, they want fast games with flashy champs that do exciting things and blow people up. Like, people would rather see someone get deleted in 1 second than a tank take 10 seconds to hack through. What conference? Student conferences. So just like meetings. And I have more of them tomorrow morning. I probably shouldn't even be staying up this late. I think... Hold on, let me see. There's a chance maybe somebody didn't sign up for the 8:30 time slot. I offer that because one of my classes is at 8. So I'm just like, fine. I mean, there might be some students who can only come during our normal class time. So I guess I'll offer it. But, you know, a lot of them, they don't want to get up that early either. So we'll see. A lot of students did not sign up for one, and I used to be a lot more gung-ho about that, where it's like, oh, I'm going to, you know, you're going to get all these penalties if you don't show up to the conference. But now I'm just like, you know what? It saves me some time if they don't show up too. So, like, they get an absence if they don't show up, and a lot of times they don't do well in the essay because they don't have my help. Yeah, looks like the earliest one's actually 9:30 instead of 8:30, but it's booked all day. After that, I'm sure I'll get some emails from somebody tomorrow that's like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize there were conferences, can you squeeze me in, whatever. There's always somebody that's trying to be like, I didn't know, you only said it in class for like a week and put it in all caps, like highlighted, bolded, underlined in the notes that I can always access, that I can't lose because they're online. Anyways, let me look at some PvE stuff here real quick. So, this last minute or so here. Lane swap meta was a thing. It was partially just because, like, the Koreans, I think it was the Koreans invented that. Certainly popularized it. They just had an edge on the meta in Worlds. It became strong because people would play something that was really good into a 1v2. Like, certain kinds of champions are way better into that than others. And it would just shut out enemy champs in the top side by putting 2 people up there. So you're just pushing, trying to take towers really quickly in that and getting an advantage because during the draft you picked something that was better into a 2v1 than them. And then it evolved into like a 2v0 where you'd pretty much just have double jungle. You'd have, you know, your top laner would just abandon top lane and, like, walk around with your jungler and just clear all the camps, maybe invade and take their jungle. I actually thought that meta was interesting, even though they're, like, no one was in lane, because there was so much roaming. Because it was, like, double jungle and just everyone was, like, you know, it felt like fighting in mid lane and bot lane. So... No, this was before G2. That was before Pyke was even out. Like, the lane swap meta is like what people think of as the era of the lane swap meta was like season 3. Yeah, you could get away from unfavorable matchups into 1v1 or your 2v2. It turned it into like who's best at you know, just doing different kinds of things. It was looking at League in a way that people hadn't really looked at. You gotta remember, a lot of people had a very, very narrow sense of what, like macro was or rotations were at the time. Like, it was revolutionary when Moscow 5 invented, like, counter jungling in Season 2. There wasn't even, like, a bot lane, like, 80 carry plus support bot lane until the end of Season 1. Like, for an entire season, people didn't even, like, understand that might be optimal. So it was a very slowly evolving game. There was not as much coverage. There was not as much theory about the game. Like, right now, like, if anything happens that could at all shake up the meta, like, everybody knows about it virtually instantly. I mean, there's still a lot of innovation. Like, there's still, you know... I wouldn't say they killed all innovation. Because there still are, like, different weird funnel comps, and, like, there was Sona Taric last Worlds. You know, Taric Yi was a thing for a little bit in pro play at one point, so there still is some innovation, but the reason that they took that out was it was bad for viewership. Like, that was basically it, because for the first, like, 5 or 10 minutes, just nothing happened. Like, there was literally nobody in the top lane, and everybody, because there were so many people roaming around, bot lane had to just play super safe. So it was just like there was no laning phase, pretty much. Like tower, like you know, the side towers fell by like 8 minutes at the latest, and it just like went straight to roaming. And like, so, you know, one of the most interesting experiences they think for watching and for playing is kind of that 1v1 outplay potential, right? Or like the intricate trading and wave management and like all of these skills in League of Legends that you know, demonstrate skill. A lot of those just didn't apply. So that was something people were just like fast forwarding straight to team fights. And so Riot wanted that part of the game in there.
Let's dance.
Yeah, there's Garen Yumi. I think they changed the tower, like, so what they did to fix that, people didn't just magically go away from it. What they did was they gave the bot lane a ton of extra armor so that it was a lot harder to take. Or I think. Or they made the bot they made the bot lane more vulnerable. So the bot lane has less armor than other lanes. So that you want to protect it with 2 people bottom. That's what they ended up doing. So when they changed like the armor, that's when that meta was popular. I mean, we could look that up. I'm almost positive that was like the kind of Azubu Blaze sort of era, like season 3, season 2, season 3. Was when that was like really a thing. I think season 5 is way too late. But okay, that's where they did all the plate stuff. Okay, those are minions. Damage to minions. Is it allowing mid? Was it? Okay, man. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that. Let's see. What do you mean by growing pains? You mean like actual physical, like stuff, or do you mean just like emotional stress as you mature? They did, it seems they were doing a lot of turret stuff in Season 5. Yeah, okay, maybe it was Season 5. I mean, they did a lot of stuff there in Season 4. Yeah, Season 3, though, outer turrets now gauge 60 bonus armor at the start of the game. So they were doing it in Season 3. Maybe it got revived in Season 5. I can't remember. They did change the turrets in Season 5, though, so maybe they were multiple.
What was I supposed to do?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I mean, physical pain, I don't know. You have to ask a doctor, like, how to try to deal with that. Emotional stuff, you know, it's gonna be... It depends on the person, the situation. Like, it's hard to give blanket sort of mental advice, you know.
Minions have spawned.
I think, just in general, like,
What's with the
I
accent?
think when people are younger, like a teenager or young adult or something like that, things can seem like it's hard to have perspective. It's because you've seen a lot less stuff, you've lived less time than like older people. And so it can feel like a lot of stuff is disproportionately like really important. And there's so many like new experiences and stuff happen so fast a lot of times. But just keep in mind that like most stuff, you know, gets better over time. Like even though something might seem like it's terrible or like it sucks, you know, just breathe on it, just, you know, let it work itself out a little bit. And most things for most people end up a lot of stuff that people worry about or are really concerned about end up like not really mattering that much in the long run. So like, you know, if some girl if someone breaks up with you or some girl at school rejects you or whatever, I know it's hard like at the time to deal with that or think of that, but just try to like expand your perspective and just think about, well, what else is possible? What else is out there? Because sometimes I think that, like I said, we just get very caught up in our own experiences, and we think that, you know, we're younger, that we're suffering through something that no one else can understand or that's unique, when in fact a lot of other people go through very similar things and are also struggling. So sometimes that can help you. It just depends on the situation though, but sometimes that can help give some perspective that you're not alone with your struggles, that other people are also struggling with breakups or struggling with studying or, you know, drugs or peer pressure or whatever. A lot of people deal with that kind of stuff. So it doesn't make it any better, but hopefully it helps your perspective. And just try to get a good network of friends. So I would say just try to keep positive people around you as much as you can, and anyone that's like excessively like really negative, unless it's like someone that's difficult to remove from your life, like a really good friend or a family member or something, just try to associate with positive people a lot more. You know, life's tough as it is. That is twice he's hooked under tower. Okay, but we did end up getting him. So just try to be as positive as you can. I know it's hard to do that, but just surround yourself with positive people that are going to support you, be uplifting, you know, help you through whatever struggles that you have. I think having a good network of friends, if you can get it, is really clutch. Hey, thanks, Griffin. I appreciate it. So it's tough out there, you know. I don't want to minimize, like, some of the, you know, depression's a real thing, right? Or just, like, dealing with awkward situations is a real thing. But just trying to not take it all on yourself, just to understand that there are other people that are also dealing with that. And sometimes having other people's perspective, you know, can help out a ton so you don't feel so alone or isolated in the world. I know that's what I would do if I had a tough breakup with a girl, or if I wasn't doing as well in a class or something that I wanted. I would just go like hang out with some friends and just try to, you know, take my mind off of it or get their perspective, right? And it's just being around positive people that just, you know, aren't always trying to bring you down or dismiss you or be negative or complain about everything all the time. You know, there's a time and a place. People need to vent. People need to complain, but negativity is just
What's after this?
feel just infectious. You know, just, if you can help it, like I said, try to associate with people that are at least neutral and ideally positive. But yeah, change, especially around that time, rapid change is just going to happen a lot, you know. You might lose some friends, you might make some friends. There's going to be some weird situations in school or with, you know, dating. You might have to change your social structure a lot if you go to a different high school than a lot of your friends, you know, that type of thing. Or, you know, when you go off to college, when you're out of college and trying to like find your first job or whatever, like all of those are really big like shifts, like social sort of shifts in people's lives, and a lot of that happens pretty, you know, within like a 10-year span. So I mean, it's not like young people are like entirely like inaccurate, that there's a lot of important stuff going on. Shit, I got baited hard, man. Like, there is a lot of big stuff going on. But trying to not do it alone is important. God, I can't believe I fell for that shit. Dude, he had Conquer up, man. Why are you diving? It was so, and that baited Zaya too. I mean, I shouldn't have fallen for it. It's my fault that I fell for it, but that was frustrating.
You okay?
I'm fine.
You're pushing yourself.
It has to be done.
I guess one final thing is like try not to put too much stock in social media. That's a huge thing too, just because a lot of the stuff that shows up on there is very manicured. And it's easy to forget that, just to think that this person's perfect all the time. Why is my life not that perfect? When in fact, those are carefully selected videos or carefully selected stories that they share. It might look like other people aren't struggling sometimes, but they are. They're just not sharing it on social media. Sometimes they are, but
Zaya?
I think social media has often warped our sense of reality. And it's kind of normalized the exceptional a lot of times. Real. Dude, she's level 4. What is going on? I mean, I like the early aggression at the start, but like, it's gonna be tough. Oh my god, it's 2 to 8.
You love me because I'm beautiful or because I'm sexy? God, wow. So cruel.
Heh. Yeah. I mean, I've got a lot of students that write about that topic. I mean, it's definitely a real thing. Like, it can bring people together, but depending on how it gets used, you know, it just creates that, like I said, that false sense of reality by
An ally has been
normalizing the exceptional. So making stuff seem normal that's not normal. That's like, it makes it seem like our experiences are not as valuable or not as good because we're not always off going on cool trips or you know, dating all the hot girls or whatever it is, right, that we want to be able to do. We're just not living the life. We're almost got the heal. I think that's the big thing, is it's just so easy to feel like we're inadequate because there's always going to be somebody better than you at everything, unless you're literally the best person in the world. Like, it's always going to be somebody with more money, more hot chicks, more like professional accomplishments, more personal accomplishments. Like, anything you could think of, someone's going to be better than you. And you know, that's, if you're just always comparing yourself, trying to think about who's the best, and you always thinking I have to be the best, it's just a bad way of doing it. Like, there can be, why can't multiple people just have their life, have their accomplishments, and, you know, have a good time? Like, why do we have to think our life sucks because other people are having a good time? I don't know. Just this constant, like, state of comparison is really a huge problem. TP coming in.
I love you.
But say it anyway.
I love you.
The old classic. Probably dead. Still had his fine. Yeah.
enemy rampage. A summoner has disconnected.
It don't take a lot of words to tell the truth.
Who is that? I guess it doesn't matter.
An enemy is unstoppable.
0-3 Kassadin, who got styled on by mid lane allowing.
Can't tell me you weren't impressed. What? Just generous. I'm amazing.
A summoner has been connected.
I really feel like more people, as much as I hate to say it, like if you're good at all on Ezreal, I feel like more people should be considering Ezreal. Because like he's so good at navigating. I mean, especially like if you're just gonna die a lot, just play Ezreal and don't die. Like there's so many like Leona and Nautilus players everywhere, like
Enemy killing
just
spree.
being able to play something that's like really mobile and can like safely farm. I don't know. They are giving Ezreal a little bit of a buff next patch, but you really should be playing Misfortune and Aphelios if those aren't banned. But like if you're just not comfortable with those, or you're auto-filled, or you just think you're gonna like I don't know, die a lot, like mission 1 should be like don't die most of the time. And like, yeah, it's hard as Xayah to dodge that blitz hook, right? But
Your turret has been destroyed.
I don't know, like don't play the champ if you can, you know? Because blitz is not like unique here, right? Like, yeah, he has a hook, but like everyone's playing Leona, Nautilus, everything has a hook that everybody's playing.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Or Senna. I mean, Senna's another one that's pretty good. So we got a summoner off of him. That's about all we can get. I mean, they're all AD.
Shut down.
We should be able to outscale, but the problem is like the jungle difference. See, you could look at two sides of the same coin, right? Like maybe this is why people think that like jungle is underpowered. Like you could look at our Rek'Sai and say, okay, look, she's 3 and 7. She's down, like she's actually still above levels. Even like, look at it this way. She's 3 and 7. She's made terrible decisions all game. She has half the CS of Rengar, but she's still a higher level, still, than the AD carry and the support. She's still level 8. We're level 7. Like, if that doesn't mean OP, I don't know what is. Like, how bad do you have to play to get down to the same level as the support and the AD carry? People want to talk about jungle being, like, underpowered instead of support or AD carry. Then you can look at the other side of the coin. You can say, oh, here's a Rengar. He's 5-0. He has 127 CS.
Has been slain.
He's up 2 levels over our top laner and mid laner. I don't know, like, I think you have to have very, very selective situations where people can say that the jungler, like, doesn't have an impact on the game. Like I said, the easiest way for me to think about what's the weakest role is if you have to choose at the beginning of the game which, you know, person on your team you want to underperform. To, like, not do as well as the enemy. And I don't think any reasonable person is ever going to say jungle. Yeah, I want my jungler to be bad. Of the 5 people on my team, I want the jungler to be bad. Like, I think jungle and mid lane are still the most important roles. I think it's either AD carry or top lane in solo queue. I mean, maybe pro's a little different. But, like, jungler is supposed to be, like, pretty weak in the mid to late game because they have such a strong early to early mid game, right? So, like, their 0 to 20 is, like, extremely impactful because they have so much macro pressure. They can go anywhere, ward anything, they control all of the objectives. Like, there's so many different ways they can play. They can go invade and try to 1v1 the enemy jungler. They can, you know, play for team fights. They can play for scaling. Like, there are so many different junglers in solo queue and different styles of jungling that can be effective. I think the jungler was definitely a deciding factor in that game. Well, it depends. I mean, it's all like, are we going to 40 minutes and it's a pro game and everyone's really competent? Like, you know, you could maybe make the argument that ADC is possibly the most important role. Right? But if it's like solo queue and games are decided at like 20 to 25 minutes a lot of the time, and like it starts snowballing a lot, I still think it's jungler. But it's not about being fed. It's about like, you get those people fed, right? Like, you get your Darius fed if you're a good jungler. Like, I agree that jungle does not have, if you're thinking of solo carry, I want all the gold, I want to be a high level, I want to be able to go out and 1v1 or 1v2 the enemy team, like people on the enemy team. Yeah, jungler's not going to be able to do that, right? But you have the power to get your solo laners fed, to get dragons, get Baron, get vision. But you can play something that does have good gold and does have potential for carry, right? Like, you can play things like Echo in the jungle. So I think, like, mid is very well-rounded. Mid has a lot of potential, too, because they can roam anywhere. Like, they have the most sort of positional advantage. It's a 1v1 lane with a ton of gold, a ton of experience, and it can roam better than any other role, potentially. And it's very flexible. There's a lot of different mid laners that are really good. So, I could definitely see an argument for mid being best. But I think that, like, there's no way you could say jungler's lower than top 3. In solo queue, it feels like ADC's just... I mean, sometimes they do, but they just take so long to come online, and they require so much, like, setup. I mean, these are all generalizations, you know? Like, you can have a really good ADC, it completely takes over the game. But... I think to say that jungler has no impact or is dead is just like... I just don't think that's almost ever the case. Like I said, the only time I can think of where the jungler didn't matter that much was in the Ardent Sensor meta. Because the games were so slow. And there were so many tanks, it was just a tank off. And it basically just came down to the ADC. There are really good bot. The thing about the AD carry role is it's usually extremely narrow. Oftentimes there's like 2, maybe 3, like top tier AD carries, and everyone else is trash. And if your team doesn't get one of those, it's a real problem. But jungler is the most difficult to understand, the most difficult to balance, because so much of it is based on the tempo of your jungler and like how smart your jungler is. I think it's one of the highest like skill expression lanes, especially in terms of macro. See what we're working with here. Where are we at? We're probably like 0 OP. I don't know. We're probably pretty close to getting demoted. I like the Ardent Sensor meta too. Like, I think most support, well, supports that like to play like Thresh or other hard engage stuff probably didn't like it that much, but that was when support was at its most powerful just as a role. Lulu Kai'Sa is pretty obnoxious. This guy play. So he's an ADC main. It's just playing mid. It's a top main that's playing jungle. Alright, I guess we'll play it. I don't know. I was listening to like the dive and some other stuff. And they're like, the jungler by the end of the game is like 4 levels under the mid laner. It's like, or under the solo laners. It's like, yeah, they should be. Like, I think junglers should never be the same level as a solo laner because they have too much power in the early game. Like, Now mid is, once again, mid's OP because they also have a lot of power in the early, mid, and late game, and they have macro, and they get solo lane stuff. This is what? Mid. That's a support from Iron. Top. Or that's ADC. This guy's a top. ADC. Top. Top. Jungle. Matchmaking is balanced. Like, it's as balanced as it can be given what they are willing to allow.
Probably not.
So, it just puts you, it just looks at your 4-digit number and places you with another 4-digit number person that's your hidden MMR. The things that throw off the balance are features of the game that they want to allow, that they're not going to change. So how they could make it more fair, disallow duo queue. They're not going to do that. Get rid of autofill. They're not going to do that. They try to do like by rank by role. This is gonna be a little dangerous. Oh, never mind, can't do it. Kha'Zix is still sitting there. Because people abuse that. They could show who's on the enemy team so that you could ban out one tricks. But like the problem with League matchmaking is that the 4-digit like number doesn't represent how good you are on every champion in every situation, and it just can't. It never can. Like, it can't force you to play your best champion. Like, you know, you could be paired up against someone who's gold 4, and maybe they are like a gold 4 Zed name or something like that. But then today they just decided, you know what? I think I want to play Akali. I just feel like playing Akali today. Matchmaking can't account for that. Like, matchmaking is assuming that you're playing your best champion at all times. And you're playing at your best, you know, at all times, for the most part. Right? And so that's why the one tricks almost always end up getting higher, because their rank actually reflects what they do most of the time. And they're playing against people that just YOLO pick stuff or get auto-filled more or all these kind of things. So the matchmaking can't, like, account for human... for people shooting themselves in the foot, basically. Duoing down, you know, not dodging when they get autofilled, not playing their best champions. So, they could balance it by allowing people to ban out one tricks, but they're not going to do that because they want to encourage, you know, people taking ownership of their champs. They could ban duo, they're not going to do that. They could find some, and there's like smurfing, of course. They can't really account for that. And they've tried to help out a little bit with like really low elo smurfing by allowing people to gain massive like acceleration in their MMR early on, so that smurfs don't stay in like silver and gold for very long. But they're still going to show up in some games. So it's an impossible task to match it without changing some of those things that they're just not going to change.
First blood. Enemy double kill.
Well, not everyone has 5 friends that are on at all times that want to play League. And you're still going to be matched up against another 5v5 team, so just because, like, they do offer flex for that reason. If you want to not have random teammates, you know, you can do that, but it still doesn't change, like, who you're going to get matched up against. And it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win a lot more either, because the other team's also going to be organized and matched up, so. Just the solo queue experience, being able, you know, to navigate solo queue is just what most people like to do and like to play.
Should I be running? Yeah, I should probably be running.
Can we actually make a play? She just used her Q on the wave. Might have to get him at Kale's against the Polymorph. I didn't have my W. Please don't feed Vlad.
I'm gonna take all they got, then laugh and throw it away.
Flex has a bad reputation. There's a really low Q, and then people like, why would you play Flex unless you have 5s most of the time? It's just seen as you not doing it by yourself. Like, you could just be getting carried by like your friends or your good teammates. Like, that's why a lot of people, you know, might say that Flex is like with an asterisk on it, right? Like, you could just be in like Iron and duo with your challenger friend. And get like your Flex up to diamond. That's why. Whether or not that's a fair assessment, you know, it depends. Some people just like, you know, just play better on teams, just like playing with their friends more. Or they just perform a lot better when they have comms and things like that. But that's...
Without wild magic, we have no children, we have no future.
I should totally get paid for this.
The worst place to have someone filled is jungle. The worst role to actually get filled is support. So if it's a support player that's playing an off role, that's the worst by far. Because support players like never have to off roll, so they're just not used to it. But like having someone else go into the jungle is the worst place to go into. If someone has to get filled somewhere, like someone's gonna be auto-filled on your team, I think having your support auto-filled is probably the best one. It's because if they have macro knowledge, you know, they could pick something relatively safe that scales.
Has been slain.
So tilting when they're one damage type champion. They're like AP champion.
Yes, it is.
Gets fed, and they get away with like a 480 comp.
Shut down.
Like another dangerous situation. Thank you. I can improvise.
Has been slain.
Why? Like, why can't Misfortune follow up on that knockup? Like, what's so hard about that? Lulu zone her off. She should have just, like, bullet timed and then auto attack Q'd and tried to go for her press the attack proc instead of channeling her ult. Like, you wait until he flashes or dashes and then you ult after him. Like, there's no reason to open with ult there.
I am so gone.
Your auto Q auto is going to do more burst. And you still have the ult for your range. I don't know. We just had such... Maybe I'm just either playing terrible tonight or we're just having a freaking zoo. It just feels like everyone's chimping out.
I dance because I'm free.
I mean, is that too much to expect that she could follow up on me, like, Wing the Kazakhs after he jumps?
When you open your eyes,
Is this ward? This is probably warded, right? Lulu's moving like it's warded. Something in here's warded. I mean, maybe after he jumped, I should have peeled back and just gone for the Lulu. It's just like, why don't we just kill that Kha'Zix? Yeah, who has the shutdown gold, and then we can circle back and kill the Lulu. Like, I don't know.
An ally has been slain.
Kha'Zix had just used his escape too. He just used his W. ADC always so bad? I'm having such cognitive dissonance right now. I just can't process it. Why is it like every game tonight?
I need my love to
I think I could have shielded a little faster or something on her. I don't know. Maybe there's something I could do there.
I feel good.
Enemy killing spree.
I just feel like almost every game tonight like just hasn't even been close. Like the ADC is just always trash. Mid lane's losing, top lane's losing. I don't know. I'm trying not to be negative, but it's just like
So I can burn it.
seriously, every game, like 6 or 7 games or whatever the count is, like can't get one team. I don't know. I don't want to be like team please, you know, type of thing, but I don't know what's going on.
Anybody there?
Communist plot. I don't know. They might be coming. I think we can 2v2 him, maybe. Smite it. Yeah.
Has been slain. Executed.
They want us in cases. We refuse.
Turret plating will fall soon.
You're only given a little spark of madness.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Name one Jesus that he quit.
Slain.
These games are so depressing. Course Lucian's still down CS. Like, I don't. Wait, did they?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I don't know. We did win. We won like a couple of games tonight, I think. We did win a couple. It's just. Some of these games just feel bad.
They ain't ready for what I'm
Like,
bringing.
just really bad play. Like, not like good, hard-fought games. I wasn't as, like, surprised by his damage. I was surprised that, like, he had that kind of range on that ability. I got blast planted over and he killed me mid-air from the other side of the blast plant. Yeah. I mean, that is one thing that I'm, like, not doing very well, is I'm getting caught up in a bunch of stupid stuff. Like, I gotta recalibrate my game to, like,
I can't die
silver
looking
mode,
this good.
I guess. I don't know. Like, I just can't go in and help people out with stuff. I just have to assume that whatever they're doing is wrong the vast majority of the time. It's 4 levels up on me. Better buff XP mid lane. Like, what on earth were they thinking? Buffing solo lane experience in the preseason. Like, what were they actually thinking?
Enemy double kill. Enemy double kill. Turret has been destroyed.
The humans call it battle. It's just a dance.
God, I wish jungle could carry, man. Wish jungle wasn't so terrible. What is it? So this game they're 8-3. What was the Rengar last game? Like 7-2?
An enemy has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable.
I feel like my allies don't recognize how amazing my cloak is. I mean, seriously. Rude. I think they underestimate my charm. How is that even possible?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, it's almost like Min Jungle are the most influential role. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it, Leah? Why does Kassadin run away from that? How do we not kill him? What is going on?
Universe loves me.
He had plenty of health to go in with one more R and then EQ to finish her off.
I'm offended by how little attention I was given.
I'm gonna have like cortisol like flooding out of my ears and nose after this game's done.
An enemy has been slain.
Will see me.
I don't know.
They will see
I know playing goblins would help here. Possible. Dude, if he like legit 1v4, he's gonna do it. I already know he is. He's gonna get away with it too. Who's saying no? Like,
A summoner has disconnected.
well, Sadie. I don't even know who to ironic on her. So I got like, is it 9 or 9:30? Let me see. When is my... .30, so that means I need to get up at like 8. I guess I can play one more. Yeah, that's right. I've got hands on you. So it's 80. Wanna lay on hands? We laying on hands? She's like, dang it, I was sleeping. Does this mean you want to feed me? Is that what this is about? Is that why you're petting me? Because you want to give me more food? Well, if I'm going to get demoted, let's just go ahead and get it out of the way. That way I cannot get tilted by it tomorrow. That's what the riot gods deem fit. Is that right, Sadie?
You used to.
Probably should have dodged that last game. I've only dodged twice tonight. I gotta make sure I dodge like 5 times. But for real, I should have dodged more of these games. It doesn't matter if I have to dodge 10 times in a night. Like, if you gotta dodge, you gotta dodge. I can just play on the Smurf. I mean, you could roll a dice 50 times, it could land on 1 every single time. So probability-wise, you should be getting, like, some decent teammates that are playing their main champion that they're good on. Because, like, everybody here, unless they're, like, actually literally boosted, which is not many people, they're good at something, right? At some point in their league career, they're good at something. They're just either, like, not playing on their good champs, they're off-rolled, they're tired, like, there's something, like, going on there. But I can at least tell if they're off-rolled, or if they're playing a champ they don't have experience on. We're all AD, 100% AD. Well, I guess I gotta play Zyra then.
Feel the thorns embrace.
Zach's gonna have a field day. Well, that's the thing too. Yeah, their good stuff could have rotated out of the meta. But it's like so many people for so many games. I don't know. It's improbable, but it's how it is. Okay, is this that same Lucian dude that's gonna go like mid or top or something? I think Lucian mid's a popular pick into Okay, so this guy's pretty good on Senna. This guy's like okay on Kassadin. Destiny doesn't really play Mundo. He does have a really high win rate though, and he does play tank, so. Hey Songa, yeah, you should be able to, there's a couple of ways. You can hit that join button. So if you're subscribed, there should be a button that says join next to that. And if you have like a YouTube account, you can donate. It's $5 a month with that. I get $3 out of that $5. Or there's a link in the description with PayPal if you want to donate with PayPal for $5 a month. And then I get $4.50 out of that. If you do the YouTube join, it'll give you the green chat. If you do support the channel with a like a membership, then I will give you a $5 discount on any coaching that you might want to do at any point, or $5 discount on any guides that you want to commission. And then you're welcome to come out and play with us if you want on Sundays. I play some viewer games, so I try to offer some perks. In the future, I know I've been talking about merch for years, but maybe I could do merch at some point in the future. And I don't know if I'd be able to offer discounts on that or not, but we'll see. Yes, definitely spell thieves on Zyra. Yeah, I didn't want to do Leona here. I guess we did have Kassadin. I overlooked that with that skin. We do have some magic damage, so maybe I could have done Leona here. I thought we had all AD, but maybe it's just late and I'm not paying attention. But the whole reason I picked Zyra was I thought we needed AP for balance on our team. I mean, I've tried Leona. I've tried Nautilus. Trust me, I want to like those champions. I tried to play them quite a bit during the back half of last season, and I just never got out of mid-plat. Like, they're so risky. They're good. Like, when they're good, they're really good. You know, when your team's ahead and you can just hard engage and dominate, they're really good. They have a hard time coming back into the game if you fall behind early. Mundo does some magic, but most people build him like they max E and he does mostly heavy physical. So yeah, I mean, I thought about Leona here, but they also have very good counter engage with Zac, so he could just like be waiting somewhere and they can bait you into going in.
Come closer.
I don't want Ghost Poro, but I kind of want some healing for the laning phase too. I just really like Ghost Poro a lot, but huh. Hey, what's up, Songa? Sure. Am I the most viewed this time of night right now? Yeah, sure, man. I'm happy to answer, you know, if I can. Remember, I'm in a game, so it might be delayed. Yeah, either I could answer it, or hopefully people in the chat can maybe answer it if I'm too far behind. Or need to focus. Yeah, so we'll see how this works out with Zyra. Hopefully we apply enough pressure to where we get a CS advantage. Like, you really need to win lane as Zyra. It's kind of hard to do that. We are very vulnerable to Zac ganks also. Neither one of us has, like, great escapes.
Blood.
Zac's not up there. We haven't seen Zac. There's a chance he could be coming bottom. Still have flash though, but you gotta be really careful. Like, it's very tempting to try to like hit those towers, but yeah, there he is. Yeah, Twitch is not a good platform unless you're like Twitch royalty. It's not good to its content creators. I don't think so. Not as good as YouTube is. YouTube promotes you way more. I mean, it's not even like a matter of like, am I impressed? It's like statistically, it was really like I lost a lot of money because they don't give you any ad revenue for affiliates.
So much more.
And I was averaging like 53 viewers on Twitch. We're at 292 right now. Like, it's just a mess. A lot of people were just saying they, you know, were having some technical problems with it. Also, it's banned at a lot of like places of employment, things like that. Some people just didn't even notice. Like, one thing people pointed out was like when they're just like randomly looking on YouTube, they just notice, oh, I'm streaming. I'll, you know, drop in and say hey or watch a game or something really quickly, right? And people were saying they have to deliberately go to Twitch to like seek out something versus YouTube. They can just kind of be there because people are on YouTube all the time and they just notice it and just like, oh yeah, sure, and just show up. YouTube promotes you way, way more than Twitch does. At least in my experience. I mean, the biggest thing that got me that I didn't realize going in that was just like super obnoxious was that you didn't get any ad revenue as an affiliate, but they still ran ads on your channel. Like, to me, I think that's pretty unethical. Like, you don't even have a choice to not run ads. Like, it's literally they force you to run ads and they don't give you any money for it. Like, that's, to me, that's kind of messed up. They take a huge portion of your subs too. You only get $2 out of the 5 from subs, whereas YouTube gives you 3. So much as Zyra, it's just so hard to do in this elo because like the game is just so mobile right now.
Just a harmless flower.
Yeah, I mean, YouTube is not where most people go to game, like to watch gaming. Like Twitch has a larger market share, but most people watch from a content creator's perspective. When people go to watch Twitch, like 90% of the people or more go to like the top 1% of streamers. So it's like, yes, it's easier if you're just like a viewer trying to find just a generic someone who's streaming League. Like, you know, it's easier to find that stuff on Twitch. But it just treats its lower tier people way worse. I think Twitch does.
Wait until my seeds take root.
That's my experience on it. And most of the people that I know that have tried to stream on Twitch don't make it very far. But like the thing is, like on YouTube, you know, people might come and like watch one of my guides or something like that, and then they subscribe, and then they figure out that I stream also, and then they're already on the platform. Like I said, that they're already there, they're already looking at stuff, and once you're subscribed, you know, it might get recommended, or you could see it easier. No, you should not farm jungle all game. You should gank a lot. She's so far ahead. God, it feels so bad when you're behind a Zyra. We should be crushing this matchup. Is this warded or something, or what? Like they're just playing super cautiously. It's just like, we just lose. I don't know. It just feels like I just lose no matter what I do, so I just play a scaling. It's like, we should be winning this lane. I mean, Zach is just, he just camps the crap out of you. I mean, that just happens all the time. You're just going to get camped bot lane a lot. And champions like Zyra that don't have escapes, just like sitting ducks for that kind of stuff. I mean, Zach's not like tier 1, but he's good. I mean, he's just a smart jungler. He's just sitting on the bottom side of the map, just completely ignoring top, which is what you should do in this meta right now. See, I can't like even rotate up to this fast enough to do anything, I don't think. I don't know. I just don't have rotations. I just can't get there because I'm playing Zyra. It's too risky. I don't have the movement speed. I think Zaya, did she ult? No, she ulted before. I don't know. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why it's gotta be like we're calling every game. We're in a winning matchup. We should be winning. Get hard camped. We're behind in CS. Don't get any advantage. It comes down to rotations and team fights anyways. Items are expensive, so now I can't get back in the game with items. So most of my key items cost like 3,000 gold instead of 2,100.
Come closer.
We still have Cassin. I mean, we might be able to get back in the game, but certainly not going to be easy. We need to push. Your roaming is just so limited. I mean, like, Leona and Nautilus can roam a little bit too, but they, like, have a hard time if someone's under tower, like, pressuring. I know, but that's everybody. That's every ADC. Always misses, like, 1,000,000 CS. Zach was top, so I know this is pretty safe. guess I fat fingered it. If I had ulted correctly, we maybe could have killed him. But okay, thanks, Sunga. Alright, I'm just gonna have to get Mobies.
Wait until my seeds take root.
I mean, we shouldn't be getting bullied though. Like, we should be the one bullying. Oh, there's Zach. I don't have ult.
The forest told me surprise.
I'm being like focused out so hard in these fights too. I just gotta be so cautious because I can't reposition. And I just get deleted by everything and everybody.
Just a harmless flower.
Yeah. I mean, what do you actually want?
What lurks beneath the surface?
Sounds like it's not me, it's a support, man. He made me miss all the CS. Zach could just come flying out and kill me right now whenever he wants. I can't really like be anywhere or do anything. Yeah, Tom's great in pro. He's bad in solo queue. It's basically forever and always at this point. Like he's like never gonna be a champion that is just like the go-to champ if you're under diamond. You know, Castlin might be able to carry, but he doesn't even have a tier yet, so he opted in to just full-on arm guard, which he probably has to do, but I don't know how he functions without tier. You really need that mana cost reduction on your ult, or you're just not gonna be able to stack it. I mean, I guess maybe he can do it. It's gonna be a little bit less effective, but
An ally has been slain. Things aren't always what they seem. Your turret has been destroyed. Come closer.
okay, good follow-up, good follow-up.
Your turret has been destroyed. So much more to see.
I don't know. It just feels terrible, like playing Zyra right now. It's like, how many times have I hit the, you know, the Jinx with everything, and it just doesn't matter. Like, zero pressure. I can't kill her by myself. Lose there. I'm behind. Can't afford items. Can't roam. Can't get vision. Can't escape ganks.
Wait until my seeds take root. An ally has been slain.
4 to 14 as usual.
An enemy has been slain.
Hey, I mean, we do have scaling with Mundo. And Cassidon, I guess, sort of, kind of. It's just hard to get back in the game when I can't get vision control. And I can't, because all of them can just run me down and kill me. Guess we did manage to get a dragon. Yeah, I'm pushing because dragon's coming up. God, there's a dragon, you idiot. I don't even know what. I mean, as basic, can't even play the game. Like, he's just hanging out in, like, blind spots. This engages, like, the rest of his team wasn't even there. It's just like the tank runs me down and kills me. Cassidon doesn't rotate. Like, nobody rotates. Nobody even knows what a dragon is, probably.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Dude, everybody's playing set, man. So it has like a 55% win rate right now. He's picked or banned, I think, 70 or 80%. 70 or 80% presence.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Holds many surprises.
Everyone except for Foxes thinks he's OP.
My train is itself clever.
Set's already really good. He needs to be nerfed. If they want to give him something else, fine, but nerf his Haymaker.
Legendary.
Yeah, it's just it. Like, I mean, there's just no universe where an immobile AD carry like Jinx against Senna Zyra should be able to outlane us. Like, Senna just never followed up with a W or a Q or an ult or just like anything whenever it landed my stuff. And we just got camped by the Zac with no consequences. Well, Cassidon got his 21-minute tier locked in, so I guess there's that. Literally just bought this at like 20. Like, what's? Don't even buy it at that point. Like, just get something else.
A promising garden.
I just do one episode per day, man.
Always what they see.
Has it already doesn't get a ton of views, the Warhammer stuff, past like the first couple episodes, and it's like severe diminishing returns if I release multiple episodes per day. It's like even less views than normal. Maybe Mordekaiser starts raging or something and we can come back. Like, I can do a decent amount of damage in team fights, but... we get this kill and we can get Baron or something, maybe? We don't have any engage, though.
Come closer.
What? Why are you question marking? Like... yeah, I'm probably gonna about die to Lucian. Hopefully you guys get Baron. I don't know, maybe I can wave clear this. Yeah, why don't you question mark me now? Where are the question marks now? What are you doing, Zyra? Why the hell are you defending the base?
Enemy killing spree.
Thank God the Lucian just got overconfident. Like, if he flashed my E and went on me, I was dead. I guess he just thought. Nail in the coffin. Nobody zones. The jungler. Our jungler misses smite. I actually go back and defend the base as the support against the solo laner who's 2 levels over me, has an extra 5,000 gold. I hold the base, 1v1 him as the support, and they steal the Baron away.
Steps.
I mean, I don't even know what to say.
An ally has been
Yeah, it could have been a major
slain.
turnaround, but it's not because the Baron.
Ally has been slain.
What? I'm surprised there's no question mark pings on me there. Damn it, Zyra, why can't you hit the smite for me? Why can't you make me zone out the enemy jungler? There's no way you're killing him. Why am I even wasting mental energy? Like, in theory, yes, with our champions we could win, but the problem is, like, the players playing with champions. I don't know. Insert, polite, you know, whatever that you want to call it. It is what you see. Bless their heart, as we might say in the South.
Wait until my face throat. Things aren't always what they seem.
You know, it literally feels like this is not even, like, the same game. Like, I don't know, like, everybody in here is platinum, too. probably gonna get demoted. I'm gonna play one more. I just hate going out on losses. It's probably not a good idea. I don't know. I don't care. Like, everybody here is platinum? Like, what's going on? I mean, people just... Oh, that's their team. Is our team... Okay, we got a gold one. There's like a 61% win rate gold one, 77% win rate jungler. 56%, you know, top laner. Like, what? Definitely support difference there, man. Sorry, I was holding my team back. I mean, our team just has no clue. Like, that's like, someone should have zoned the Zac off. Like, Senna should have hit him with a W or something. Because he was in plain sight, positioning to jump over the pit. Like, they had it warded, just nobody tried to zone him. I'm like 99% certain that Kassadin can Q and interrupt Zac's channel on his E, too. I mean, you stay here if you want, Blood, but yeah, try to be positive, man. I mean, I don't know if that's like a joke or what. It's hard to read sarcasm or jokes. Well, yeah, but Fiora can't stop him. Fiora didn't have any CC. Like, it needed to be the Kassadin or... interrupting channeled abilities. Zac's a channeled ability, right? And once again, maybe this is asking a bit much for people to know how their champions work in high plat, but that's a tough ask. Channels, up to 4.5 seconds. Kassadin could have just queued it. Kassadin could have queued it. Senna could have W'd him to root him. He can jump through. It does stop channeled abilities. It doesn't silence, but it does stop channeled abilities. So you can stop like a Katarina ult with it. You can stop a Zac E with it. The W on the Senna should have at least tried to W him. Yeah, but he's got to channel it. I think he has to channel it at least for like 1 second before he gets like enough jump to get over that wall. Like, Kassadin should be looking for it. It shouldn't have to be a reaction. Like, oh, there he is. You know, like, you should be thinking that in your head. When you're taking the Baron, you're like, okay, the enemy jungler's close by. We see him on a ward. Like, I should stand close to the wall and use my ability that interrupts his jump. Like, that's not a high level thing. I mean, once again, maybe I'm expecting too much. Like, too much game knowledge here, but that doesn't seem like that's something that should be difficult to, like, understand that you should do, is keep the jungler out of the pit. Right? He's standing over the pit too. I mean, he should probably just be zoning people off. Like, they have a ward. I'm looking at the minimap there. Like, they know they're contesting it. There's Zach. Look, he's standing right there for like 3 seconds. He's walking around on the ward. In plain view. Okay, to be fair, he did kill the Kassadin. The Kassadin overchased and Kassadin died, so that wasn't an option there. Anyways, okay, whatever. Another fail. Hopefully we get this one. We'll see. So Kassadin just overchased and died, like 1v3. In some ways, that's even more sad because it's not even like he just failed to stop the channel. He just literally overchased into a 1v3 and died. Like Ornn top, Rumble middle, I guess, and then Senna bot. Yeah, well, we just confirmed though that Zyra just feels terrible in this Elo bracket, man. I don't know. Certainly feels a lot worse than Rakan to me. So I just couldn't do anything. Like, we just get hard camped. I can't escape. Like I was saying earlier, I can't roam. I can't vision. Can't even kill. Like, can't poke. Doesn't matter because ADC doesn't follow up. Doesn't even hit free CS. It's like wide open if you zone them off the wave. Can't get into the game because the items are so expensive. At least with Rakan, where it's like, okay, getting camped, check. ADC, like, failing, check. You know, but then it's like, okay, maybe top lane's doing alright. Maybe mid's doing alright. Okay, I can build some items for them. I can build a Shirelias. I can build a Redemption. I can get vision. We can get some picks to get back in the game. You know, like, there's just, like, other stuff you can do where it's not like you're just completely worthless. You might still lose, but you can do stuff.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
It should be the slogan. My slogan for Rakan. You might still lose, but at least you can do stuff.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
No, we're not invading. There's someone AFK in our fountain.
This looks like another dangerous situation.
Okay, I need like, I don't know. I need to drink some more coffee or something, but I also need to go to sleep soon. I need to eat something. I guess I didn't eat anything. Maybe that's contributing why I'm cranky. Maybe it's not like the 8 losses in a row or whatever the hell we've got, but not eating something certainly doesn't help.
Minions have spawned.
I have been talking a lot more than usual about just stuff on stream, which I like doing, is fun, but it does take my concentration. I know my ward game hasn't been as good.
Danger is as
I am
fun
tired,
as you
only
let
had
it
4
be.
hours of sleep. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on, I guess. It's not great, but... I thought Jinx took that for a second. Yeah, I could have switched my skins up, maybe.
Why is it taking so long to get back to the action? I'm just trying to live the moment.
Missed the experience there. Huh.
I got a dream, I got a lady, I got a cause I am. That's who I am.
That movement speed. What about W on her, but tower? Hello? Why did the tower not hit him?
Magic isn't supposed to be safe.
She's got cleanse. Okay, that's kind of weird. Why would you turn around? I guess she's running from grades. Okay, okay, fair enough.
Has been slain.
I miss Zaya. I don't need anything but the right now.
Who got executed? I thought I got kills on everyone that was under tower. It'd be nice if I hit that W. He just like sidestepped right into the wall. He still had heal after all that?
The universe loves me.
Wait, dude. Wait, dude. Wait. Holy.
the only part of the plan I remember.
Like, actually about to have a stroke on camera.
I've been kicked around since I was born. It's all right. It's okay. I'm staying alive.
It's like, huh, the support keeps pinging the other support that's walking on wards approaching me. What does that mean? What should I do in that situation? Should I keep moving forward into the lane? Rek'Sai's like, huh, I'm walking down river. I could potentially come in there and fight him, but I think I'll go get my blue.
I dance because I'm free.
It's like, I understand there's gonna be bad people in like some of your games every night. I just don't understand how it's almost literally every single player on my team tonight. I'm sure the enemy team has had some questionable stuff going on. It just feels like the sheer volume of incompetence is just like actually staggering. Like, you expect 1 or 2 people every game to kind of be like, okay, I'm filled, I'm tired, I'm off-rolled, you know, like, I'm trying something for the first time, whatever it is. Like, so X and Y excuse, but it's like, when it's literally every single person on your team every game, like, I don't think we've had a single confident person. And we won 1 or 2 games earlier on in the stream, so I'm sure there's somebody in there, but it's difficult.
Humans think that to believe in something, you have to be serious about it. That's the problem.
They're really testing my inability to understand probabilities. Graves is down here for the 50th time.
Moves right. Time to show it.
Yeah. I don't have enough mana for both, I don't think. No, I don't.
A world that's safe.
Let's go. I didn't have enough for a W, so I had to just go for the flash hole. I didn't have enough mana. Of course Solution gets out. Why wouldn't he? I don't have the mana, man. They've been sleeping since 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. or whenever I started the stream, I guess. I don't know.
I'm gonna burn this place down. Then help them build
Got a
it
bunch
back
of
up,
sleep league in
so I
here
can burn it
instead of
again.
sleepwalking. I mean, this one at least is competitive. Like, I've actually got wards down. We still lost a free dragon, but at least, like, it's something. ADC's only down 30 CS and 0-3, thank God. You know, they're not 0-7 down 70, the usual.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
We got her cleansing her flash. Wait, how is their ADC 6 and 1? What the? Dude. I'm going through like the 20 stages of grief. I know it's only like 6 or something, but I need more stages. I need more ways to express my inability to conceive of what's happening right now and to process the information. I need to read some Descartes, man. I need to like figure out that I'm still like, that I actually exist.
I'm getting impatient.
Need some Descartes stat. I think I might be in a dream. I'm not sure what reality means anymore. I guess at least Rek'Sai did actually get the kill that time, so she did manage to trade and only baited one person to die. So that's progress.
Double kill.
Set is winning top decisively. At least we've got some stuff going on this game. It's mixed, right? Like we've got some feeders, we've got some bad, but we've got some good. It's all I want. To, like, be able to actually like do something in the game that matters. Not have it be like 4 and 50. I appreciate you. I know sometimes people, when my my sarcasm comes out, some people like it, some people don't. That's just how I cope. Sometimes. Try to make something funny out of it. Bring some light to the darkness here. Either laugh or you cry. Sometimes both.
I don't need to understand the plan. I trust my love.
The Midsummer Night's Dream. In the winter. It's been a long time since I've read that. I just remember there was a character named Puck. It was like some like woodland creature or something.
Man, have you seen that forest over there?
Yeah, if I feel the need, like I have to say something negative, I at least try to throw in something that's at least somewhat witty.
I gotta kiss myself.
Doesn't always work, but Riot almost always lets you stabilize a little bit after you know, after they demote you and it takes you 5 more wins to get back to exactly where you were before you were demoted. So you gotta win 80% just to break even. Once they do that to you, then sometimes they'll throw you a bone. Let you win a game occasionally. Yeah, Zig's doing alright too.
They've never seen moves like mine. I should totally get paid.
Whither wander you? Top lane's gonna get that tower for free, so we just have to like not feed here, and of course that's not an option. What? She just used her ult to try to stop a back? I love the old elo system. I don't think anyone likes it. Like, you ask anybody, just about, I'll bet you at least 90% of League players would rather have just a flat 4-digit system for elo and not have this 2-tier system. Because no one understands what it means. It's actually impossible to understand exactly, like, what your MMR is. What do we even get here? I guess we just get this for rotations.
Ain't nothing I say should be taken seriously. That's why it's the truth.
Yeah, if I'm streaming for a particularly long period of time, probably mean not always. Sometimes I just stay a little bit later, but I say like over half the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to entertain myself, mostly. But you too!
Come here. I guess we shouldn't have got it.
An enemy has been slain.
I've got to stop talking to myself.
Your team has
Damn it,
destroyed
son,
a
where
turret.
are you?
It's just some throwback Thursday for these kids. Like, let's all just pretend it's our first season of League and it's like our first game of League. Maybe my teammates are celebrating Throwback Thursday a little too hard, trying to remember their first time playing the game.
Has been slain.
Now it's all starting to make sense. Some self-induced amnesia.
If it don't get out of control, it ain't a party.
This game is winnable, yes. This is one of the... It's definitely losable, too. Alright. Throw hard Thursday, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they're trying to, like, compete with Monday Night Football. Like, they said they wanted to do it, like, around, like, the same time as football, Monday Night Football. But it's like, but that's already a thing. And people watch that, so why not just Friday? I mean, the main reason they didn't do because like EU LCS is on Friday. Like EU LCS and NA LCS pretty much stretches from Friday through Sunday. Okay. And that's it. We got our win. Now we only got to get 4 more to get back to where we were at 0. But anyways, all right, we'll get back in there tomorrow. So thanks for hanging in there with me, even through a tough night, man. Can't get that much worse, hopefully. We'll see. I tried to play Zyra, you know, I tried to play something else. It's just like, if it's not Recon, it's just so hard to, like, run this circus. It's hard enough anyways, but I guess that's true. Maybe they think they can take some numbers off of that. I don't know. Well, that was 1 game. And then I have to win the next one to get into a series, and then I have to win 2 more. No, you don't get a free win in Plat. Nope. So we got to win 4. We can lose 1 in our series, but we got to win 4 to get back to where we were. So I guess it's win 4 instead of 5. But anyways, yeah, we did end on a win. I like to end on a win. That's not a good mentality to have. It's a good thing I don't gamble, because that'll lose you a lot of money at the casino. But anyways, that's going to be it. Thank you very much. Have a good day.